I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. First, one is pregnancy, the other is medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is we will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. Make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we are having today is we will be doing a giveaway for whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that as well. And before we get started, I am going to be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. But first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing right now? Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about the energy that we've been experiencing. And, you know, one of the characteristics, and I was talking a bit about this yesterday, I'm going to continue to talk a bit about it today, is there's often a lot of buildup as we move towards eclipse seasons, right? Everybody wants to talk about like the eclipse is coming, the eclipse is coming, but we don't have enough, I feel like we don't have enough conversation in navigating the after party of the eclipse, right? Because these, like, and I gotta just tell you, like coming out of these eclipse cycles, it can feel like a real drag. It can feel exhausting. It can feel unmotivating. It can feel like it's like the eclipse crash. You know what I mean? Like it's like I want you to imagine like I want you to imagine, and I think we talk about this here. Like the reason I feel that we often identify, or the reason that eclipses are communicated as chaotic, is because they're unpredictable, because there's no characteristics to them. They're amplifiers, right? It's like they take whatever the energetic situation is and they turn it into a rave. You know what I mean? Like it's like the volume goes up, right? And so there's a lot of that amplification. There's a lot of that there's a lot of that intensity. And we all go through that in different ways. Some of us are like, like we love it. Some of us are like, oh my gosh, just make it stop as soon as possible, right? But all of us, and this is the thing about it, right? In that space, it's like, whether you like it or not, it's intense. And then you come out of it, and it's often characteristic that like we feel really disoriented. We feel really out of sorts. We feel like a lot of, I keep on describing it, like that exhaustion point that we sometimes have coming out of it. It's it's like walking out of a party and into the sunlight. You know what I mean? Like you can be like, what was that? And that's why every time we come into these things, okay, I know I sound like a broken record, but it's a good tune, okay? It's an important song. Every time we come out of these, every time we're going through these eclipse cycles, you're hearing me say, it's not that you can't do anything, it's that you have to be intentional, right? Keeping your head, working in a space of like, being energetically balanced, because sometimes like, and again, we have those eclipse cycles and we come out of them. And I keep on describing this eclipse cycle as a bit of the difference. And I feel like I want to put it this way, coming out of the eclipse cycle right now, I feel like the articulation point, like the calibration point in relationality to how you're experiencing coming out of the eclipse cycle, is that feeling of saying, I said what I said, versus, oh no, what did I say? Right? Because, and we're going to talk about this a little bit, because remember, and this is also the thing that we have to navigate. This particular eclipse cycle is incredibly triggering. It's incredibly triggering because, and I just want to point this out, we've got, remembering what I said about the fact that the eclipse cycles don't bear characteristics, right? They're a frequency. It's an amplifier. We entered this eclipse cycle on what might some might identify as a bit of a sour note, right? We had the combination of the Venus in retrograde that was occurring as the eclipse season came in. On top of that, thank you. On top of that, we add just right, like literally right as the time that the eclipse season hit, boom, Mercury retrograde starts. So we've got the combination of Mercury and Venus in retrograde at a moment that everything feels like it's amplifying, and we had the Virgo full moon. And the reason we talked about that being a discordant note that the eclipse was amplifying is that it was the messages. And again, remembering all of these things are here to help us see with clarity. But sometimes when we're working through difficulty points, we have to navigate through them, right? Venus in retrograde cycles help us find the internal mirror, but often makes it look things, distorts perception outside the self. We've got the Mercury retrograde. Mercury retrograde is not here to break your toes. It helps us to find the difference between a groove and a rut. But in order to do so, we have to move out of our comfort zone. Things like our habits feel like they get tested, right? We also identify again the Virgo full moon, absolutely beautiful in coming into the space of honoring the pathwork of perfection. But how do we honor the pathwork of perfection? We don't bludgeon ourselves with it. Okay, we honor perfection, but we don't bludgeon ourselves with it. We understand that perfection is something that we aspire for, but it's always out of our grasp. It's a cardinal direction, not a destination. But working on all of those things together, okay, in separate, like side, like even on their own, those are hard. But when you put them all together, it can really feel difficult, right? Because it can often, I feel like I keep on having those moments that may have occurred during this eclipse cycle where it feels like the perception of how others see you feels like it's hard to see how others see you, right? And at the same time, there's a lot of that space for doubt of the self, right? To kind of rise to the surface. Now, again, when we're doing that work, right? When we're working in the space of being able to navigate our own self, in those moments that we feel unsure about things, we find that clarity from within, right? We find that clarity that fortifies us. It helps us articulate and build upon our attention. And even in that cycle, and that's why I kept on describing that the beauty of some of this eclipse season is that it's incubation energy, right? And I keep on saying, like, the best way to navigate it and remembering that we're still going through. And the reason I keep on talking about this is, and this is why we may be feeling a little bit exhausted right now, is the eclipse is coming out. And this is why I meant that coming out of the eclipse might feel worse than being in it, because to add all of that, now you're irritable. Now you're just cranky. Okay. Now you're just tired, grandpa energy. It's the same exact vibe. It just doesn't feel like as intense. So I'm going to kind of say the same things that we've been talking about to a certain extent, which is, you know, and I like this because, and we're going to talk about how it's affecting the frequencies because, if you're, and again, if you're not doing a lot of stuff right now, I also don't want you to be like very hard on yourself. I feel like there's always this work during the cycles. Like, some cycles, if you just get through it even keel, congratulations. That's its own reward. And I'm telling you right now, coming out of some of this eclipse cycle and being even keel, bang up job. Keep it up. You know what I mean? If it's turbulent and you're able to stay like this, that's exquisite. I am very proud of you right now. Okay. Anything else is extra credit. Because what we're effectively identifying is incubation energy, time to take notes, right? It's that moment or those experiences that allow us to, again and again, when we're working through the context of feeling a lot of that frustration, feeling a lot of that weight of the distortion of outside perception, we build notes for ourselves. We see things that we build our affirmations, we build our resolutions, we build our commitments in relationality to what we hope to work on, what we hope to do better, right? But we don't bludgeon ourselves over the head with it. Okay. we we move towards it by holding that point of compassion. That's why I kept on saying a little bit of the gift that we received prior to coming into this cycle was having that Leo full moon, prior to entering this last full moon cycle. Like the Leo full moon before the Virgo full moon, what is the lesson that we read in that sentence? Move towards perfection, but with compassion for the self, right? It's honoring how we feel as we try to strive for that, right? It's finding that level of appreciation for the self and what it is. And again, when we hold that desire to be perfect, it's because we hold ourselves to a high standard. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where we find ourselves on the frequency cycles. I got to tell you, energy and separation right now, I can see that this is some heavy stuff because I keep on seeing, and there's something really important to navigate right now that we've also saw, and I was talking a bit about this last week. I kept on describing that the energy, like the pile up of energy that we had in like the space crossing over between Pisces and Aries, like Mercury, Venus, and Neptune, all like clustered together. It's like a nostalgia factory. It makes you really reminiscent upon things. It makes you look back, right? And that doesn't help with a lot of this energy as well, because it creates that space that you start feeling a lot of like, like the reminisce, if you will, right? Can sometimes feel that in itself is something that needs to be worked through to a certain extent. Now, and I keep on hearing like and this is why like it's interesting because I keep on getting the sense that we're moving we're moving from chariot energy into effectively like it's starting to feel like a bit like hermit energy because you know when we reminisce, right, when we reminisce in a healthy way, we understand that we reminisce in ways that we ourselves are changed. Like I keep on hearing, like reminiscing on something is its own form of healing because the ability to look back on something with sweetness gives the indication that you can look upon something that does not hurt anymore, right? Now, a lot of that work in the space of nostalgia, I keep on seeing is allowing for, and I want to say this again, taking the notes, being able to identify and recognize what one might be aspiring and desiring to do differently. And that's what I see is so beautiful about some of these partnerships that are coming together during this time, right? Because I keep on hearing that this is energy that is reminiscing but not fixated upon something, right? When we're fixated upon something, we're obsessed with it for the sake of trying to repair it. This is not energy that is fixated on something. They're working to disassemble something via reminiscing. And in the act of being able to reminisce and take something apart, we can understand the nature of it, right? We can understand the nature of the self. We can understand the nature of circumstances. So I keep on seeing, and it's interesting because I keep on hearing that a lot of the energy right now coming into union, the reason I keep on calling it chariot energy, but it feels like chariot energy moving into hermit energy because it is energetic connections wherein again they're coming together by disassembling. Why are they coming together by disassembling? Because when we these are potentially, and this is why these partnerships are coming together much more slowly than we saw the energy that was coming together in the last cycle during that Mars retrograde, because that was all warrior energy. That was like wonder twin energy because Jupiter and her Gemini, it's like they took hands and they kept walking. Like that was it. They were just like that's it. Like, assembled. This is the opposite. This isn't assembling. This is disassembling because these are energies where again the reason that they may be in separation is due to the fact of working through the lesson that when we have a lot of feelings, right, when we feel a lot but we don't do the work to understand how we feel, right, sometimes our love turns into fear, right? It's the ability, and that's why we saw all those warrior lessons that we worked through the last cycle, overcoming fear to come into partnership. If these were certain, and there were energies, and while there were partnerships in the last cycle that came together via overcoming fears, there were some energies that fell into separation because the love, when we don't do the work of healing the fear within us, our love becomes fear. It feels like we're giving another person fear. So we see even now that for a lot of the energy doing that work Why is this energy coming together so carefully? Because this is an energy running to find love. This is energy healing from the lesson that love only feels like love when someone has done the work to heal the self, right? The bravery in the context of the fact that we love in a place of bravery, so that the thing that we feel, it translates as the thing that we feel within, feeling, expressing that without. So there's a trepidation here. And I keep on getting this message. It's trepidation, not hesitation. It's not for a lack of desire to come together in connection, but it's fear of not knowing the safety and security of doing so. So, what is this energy doing right now in separation? They're doing that vital work in disassembling, articulating upon how they feel, because in the modality of being able to do so, they show the other, you have nothing to fear. I am not led by my emotions. My emotions don't control me. I control them, right? Chariot energy. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy right now coming into divine union, this is this is actually the energy that feels like, and I keep on getting, it feels very scorpionic in the energy coming into divine union right now, because it feels like there's a lot of work that's happening right there, like right now in Scorpio. Because, and I keep on describing this, this is the energy that recognizes the changes that are occurring within the self via the healthy partnership, right? When we have the room, when we feel the ability to be our authentic self, we begin to flourish, we begin to grow. And I keep on seeing that in that place of flourishing and growing, these are not partnerships where someone's becoming righteous. It's not like they're looking back and saying, oh, that was all perfect because it led me here. This is the energy that looks back and says, I see the nodes. I recognize what I would do differently because, and again, the clarity that they're receiving via the healthy energetic connection is understanding and helping them recognize how far they've come, but also how far they have to go. So it almost feels like that's where some of that hermit energy is coming through, because it's being able to see the assignment, it's being able to understand the context by which one is working to improve the self. And that's never easy. It sometimes feels very hard. Sometimes we look back on the past and we're devastated by what we see there. But when we're devastated by something we see, and we're in a space that we recognize and identify that there's something there that we can do about it, it's it's again, it is the devastation that leads to rebuilding. It is the moment that we again, the disassembling that brings us into a new context of self. So there's something really beautiful that's happening there, very much in alignment with the energy that's in separation. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, deep within divine union, again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Deep within divine union, this is not about changing. This is not about changing. And it's not non characteristic for us to sometimes see that energy deep within divine union is like moving into something, like is not doing something necessarily to the same degree as the energy that's coming into in separation and moving into divine union. Because there, I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, I keep on getting its shell energy, right? The energy in separation is working on transmutation. The energy coming into divine union is working on personal transformation, and the energy deep within divine union is working on fermentation, which is like building upon a firmament, holding in something because it is important, right? And when it's a lot of that work, and I keep on hearing there may be a lot of airing of frustration that is occurring right now for energy deep within divine union, because when we hold on to something, and I keep on getting conversations onto the things we hold on to, right? Being able to define the difference between stubbornness and something that is intrinsically important. And how can we utilize the differentiation point in understanding what is stubborn versus what is important? When we hold on to something and we say like it has to be this way, and remember, this is all a continuation of the lessons that we were taking or finding during that Mars retrograde cycle, right? What did we work through during the Mars retrograde cycle? The warrior lessons, understanding and being able to recognize that We don't hold on to things from a place of comfortability. Letting go, I mean, surrender does not mean giving up. It means letting go of things that we insist on, that we recognize are being insisted upon by the ego, right? Not because they have a reason, but because they make us feel energetically comfortable. So I'm seeing even now, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, bring some of those conversations from the warrior period into the energy now of the chariot. A lot of that work and having to articulate between, energy that is articulating from a place of stubbornness, like a refusal. And we talked about the fact that stubborn, and I'm going to use a word that I know is triggering, but I want you to hear me out as I use it, because it's an archaic etymology on this word. When we're stubborn, we're dumb, right? Because when we're stubborn, right, we like dumb means dampening. The etymology is from numbness, right? So when we dumb something down, I'm not using in the context of an insult. It comes in the context of something that we dampen, right? It's something that we lower, like we build a resistance point towards. So when we are stubborn, we're dumb because we don't want to talk about it. Like we don't. You ever notice that someone who's stubborn, they go like, it's like, this is how you can tell stubbornness. It's like, nah, 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 nah. It's like covering, it's like earmuff energy. It's like dumb, like earmuffs are dumb. It dampens the sound. So stubbornness is dumb because stubbornness is often articulated as a refusal to listen to something, right? That's often how we can recognize that that's the ego, because the ego is like, la, 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 la. I don't want to hear anything that's not me. I don't want to hear anything that's not me, right? But the higher self will sometimes hold on to something because it is vitally important, because it is so important. And you can usually, because it's like absolutely important, and you can usually tell, because when you ask the question, why is this so important to you, the ego, when it's stubborn, is going na 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 na, and the higher self says, sit down, let me pour you a cup of tea. How much time you got? Let me break it down for you, right? The higher self always wants to have the conversation. The higher self is like, we will talk about this forever if need be. So that's what we see that is happening right now. And that's either having to deal with situations where it potentially feels like another person is being very stubborn, or being able to recognize and amplify and feel that moment where it feels like relief when we talk about something that is intrinsic and another person understands us. But it's hard, and it's working through frustration. And that's why I'm going to keep on saying the same exact messages that I was saying during the eclipse cycle. Don't you dare say to yourself, oh, it's okay, I can relax now that the eclipse is over. I'm going to tell you right now, we are still going through, we are still going through this Mercury retrograde. We are still going through the Venus retrograde. Okay, the same lessons that we were talking through during the eclipse apply now, except now they might be a little bit harder because you're feeling a little cranky and irritable on top of all that other stuff you were feeling. That is a recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like to see or hear that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Readings that we do here include dream interpretation, life path reading. I do ask, if we're going to be doing a dream interpretation or a life path, please include the dream or the past life reading in the notes. If you have notes for me, that way you don't have to drive yourself nuts trying to put it in the comments. Or if you're a subscriber, you can head over to our Discord. There are channels there that are dedicated to that, so I can read them from there. We also do angelic guidance readings, highest priority messages from spirit, mediumship, and The only things we don't read for here are pregnancy and medical. And I'm going to take a moment. And also, we are doing 2 contests right now. The first contest is when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. We're already at 4.2K, guys. Thank you so much for tapping that screen. It helps to spread the live. And we are also doing a giveaway between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read, where we'll be gifting a reading to whoever gives the highest gift between now and the close of the daily collective read. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that recap. But let me know how you're feeling right now. Let me know how you're continuing to anchor and ground through this energy. And hi there, Spectra. Good to see you today, Raquel. Hi there, Dada. Welcome, Mizan. Thank you for liking the live, Dada. Good to see you, little vamp. Hi, Grace. Oh, you're off work today. I love it. We are tired. I'm not surprised. Nobody's getting any good sleep right now. Sleep is whack right now. Sleep is like, I'm going to tell you, like all this Pisces, it's either, it's like hard to get up, but also with the energy like moving into Aries, it's hard to stay down. We don't like it. It's like, but the dreams though, but maybe the dreams, right? Like maybe the dreams. How them dreams doing, guys? V, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Denise, always a pleasure to see you. I want to hear more about that dream you had about with me in it. Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you today, dear. Hope you're doing well. And thank you both, Grace and Chrissy, for getting on the list. You are the first 2 read for. Whoever else gets on the list right now will be the 3rd person. First gift, and thank you. Oh, Kimmy, thank you. That's what I wrote there. My handwriting is atrocious. Kimmy, thank you so much for the baby dragon. You will be 2nd person on the list today. Thank you as well. Hi there, Miss Justine. How are you doing today? V, I was doing so good, and then I lost my cool today and got into an argument. Listen, V, it's okay, right? It's there. This and like taking accountability. And here's the important thing, and we have to recognize this. It's taking accountability if you feel like you lose your head on something, coming back into a place of balance. It's not catastrophic so long as you're navigating spaces with accountability, right? We're not perfect. And that's why I keep on telling you guys right now, continue to take the lessons from the last cycle. Lead with compassion, right? Have compassion for the self, have compassion for those around the self. Nostalgia and compassion are similar then. Yes, right? Because it's a very good point, Miss Julian. We've been talking a lot about this because when we talk about nostalgia, it's the ability to look back on the past with a deep degree of compassion. Sometimes compassion that you didn't even have at the time that you experienced something, correct? Yeah, we've been talking a lot about that. And it has to do with the fact that Neptune's transiting right now. I was saying the other day when we were reading for this, Neptune moves and we all cry, right? Because Neptune is like the memory bank. Neptune's where it's like it's working in that space of the emotions, if you know what I mean. Hi there, Esteban. Creative. So good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful afternoon. Bridget, I have so much clarity around the past now. I'm sending you so much support, Bridget. And I gotta say, like working, like your readings the last couple of days have been just profound and wild. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to read for you in that context, because the interconnectedness of the readings themselves has been pretty remarkable to behold. And Addie, good day to you as well. Hi there, sweet like Sunday morning. I love your username. Here comes dumb. I'm sorry. I know, but here's the thing. If there was another word, the thing that's driving me wild about it, little, and I will point this out. Sometimes when I'm channeling messages, a word will come to me and I'm like, I can't use that word. I'm like, we don't have an equivalent for it. We need to bring back the etymology of the word dumb, right? Not in the space of it being insult as to another's intelligence, but articulating the quality or characteristic of trying to dampen a higher frequency, right? I love it. Very true. Thank you, Leela. Yes, like change the conversation. Exactly, Kashan. Hi there, Dream. How are you doing? And Steve, thank you for the follow. Zana Raya, thank you for sharing the live. Grand Rising, Elisa. Addie, I keep hearing from this, um, like I keep hearing from this, like, damn, change is annoying but needed. Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, but here's the thing about it. Like, that's like I see energy, like that's the kind of work we'll expect when Mercury and Venus are in retrograde, right? You'll grow through it, but you'll be very annoyed in the process of the like you'll be very annoyed. Like first it's going to annoy you, and then you're going to be, and then you're going to be glad that you did it. My life. I'm trying to fit my dreams in the comments. I mean, Nikki, you do an amazing job about that. But again, my heart was breaking for you when you're sometimes I know this. There's nothing worse than like when you put a long message in this app and then it just doesn't appear. So I'm trying to save that from happening. Bridget, I've been meditating on the dream space lately and realize I've always been able to dream things. You should be writing all your dreams down before they happen. A lot when someone's about to pass on. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty I'm still really amazed by the fact that you provided a dream and then we found out the next day it was a prophecy. So make sure you're writing them dreams down, girl. Make sure you're writing them down. Wisconsin, thank you for sharing the live. I always just chalked it up to coincidence. No, coincidence 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 is when it happens once, okay? Coincidence is once. More than once is a talent, okay? Dream. I always love when someone's just got a gift and they're like, I just thought it was a coincidence. I'm like, does this keep on happening? Yeah, that coincidence is something that happens once. Like, coincidence happens once. These retrogrades, lol. But outside of that, I'm doing fine. I know these it's like it is a grind, man. And that's the thing. It's gritty. It's a gritty retrograde. I keep on describing this as like a gritty retrograde because it takes grit to get through it, right? And I keep on pointing out though, good grit, like grit polishes a mirror, right? Like grit doesn't damage a mirror. Grit polishes it. That's the thing. You gotta kind of work in that space, and that's why I keep on telling you guys, like, don't get triggered right now. Take the note. Let anything coming towards you right now, everything is a gift in the right context. But I know you're like yelling at me saying that probably is annoying you. I'm not saying it's not an annoying gift. I'm not saying it's not an annoying gift. But like that's what I like. Again, it has to do with navigating something and being like, what can I do with this? I did not make the top movement. I am not that talented. I wish. I am someone that always wished. I am the type of person that wishes that I had the patience and fortitude to knit or to crochet. But it is not one of my it is not one of my defining characteristics. But I recognize as someone who wishes that they knit, and that is important. Okay, I knit in other ways. There we go. My mom, hold on, your mom does it too. No, yeah, it's a very unique, powerful gift. I love knitting, but I can't crochet. They're different, right? They're so different. Kishan, retrograde feels like Snow White when she ran into the woods, sees all the eyes and falls exhausted. What a beautiful way of describing that, Kishan. I think that and that's the thing. Like that's the thing about this retrograde. And I mean, it's like it's not pretty, right? But it's like it's not pretty, but it's not about like it's working in that space of not getting devastated by it. It's just recognizing and understanding where the work begins, right? Sometimes when things aren't pretty, it helps us figure out what we need to do, you know? And that's why I keep on telling you guys, like, no woe is me attitude right now, or no woe is you, right? That said, hi there, Miss Melissa. I've been told I am to receive a new, to me, used car this evening. Holy moly, that's amazing. Oh, I'm so happy for you, dear. Oh, wonderful. I'm sending you so much support on that. I hope things go well. I want to thank you guys again for being here. We are going to get started on today's Daily Collective Read. A couple of updates before we do. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who participated in our recent class where we studied the Justice card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hangman card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up before our next class. I will be doing my best to give you an update on everything that we have studied thus far. But now is actually a really great time to join the Tarot Church Library, because if you wanted to catch up, you've got a couple weeks lead time to catch up on any of those classes. And with 9 hours worth of material, you could probably do about three classes a week this week and be all caught up for our class on the 16th. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we have learned or are currently studying. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also have access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library. That is over 12 hours worth of material that will be available to you as a paid subscriber. You will also, as a founding member, have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience in the tarot or your robust experience prevent you from joining our classwork. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that you'll be able to know about my offerings there. And speaking about my offerings, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. These can be purchased on an individual level per dream or as a series. I would ask, if you purchase the dream interpretation series, that you make sure to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that dream journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on personal readings in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. Remember, too, we're doing 2 giveaways right now. We'll be doing a reading giveaway at 50K, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're also doing a giveaway today and gifting a free reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck in winning that as well. And hold on a moment as I post this, and let me just take a moment to read over some of the comments. I'm so happy for you, Miss Melissa. I hope everything goes well with that Absolutely wonderful. And I'm so glad to hear that you manifested it. It's so exciting. And thank you as well, Bridget, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Bridget, as a dream package, what if you don't remember your dreams often? Well, one of the things that we may start to do if you were to purchase a dream interpretation reading and you're having difficulty remembering your dreams, we would probably focus on working on trying to fix that. Okay. So there's usually for everyone when and it's interesting too because I've done readings for clients to try to understand why they're not remembering their dreams. In my experience, when that's occurring, there's usually um, there's usually an energetic block that's occurring there. So we will work to understand what the energetic block is. Now, in some cases, I have seen the fact there's sometimes energetically. The best way I can describe it is we're either in the way the reasons I have received in relationality to why another person might not be able to recall dreams. In one context, it is because it's a karmic dream. And in a karmic dream, sometimes if something karmic dreams are often guide protected because it's a fact that if a karmic connection like wants to see how something's going to play out and they don't want to hurt another and something hurts too much, it's like guide, it's hard to explain, but it's like guide for guide agreement that it won't be brought back into the terrestrial plane because it was like the whole intention of another approaching was not to cause pain. Like that will simply not be a dream that you'll remember. There's also sometimes work that we're doing work in the dream space and it's like on an energetic need to know basis. Is the best way I can describe it. It's like it's working. It's sometimes it's like if you're doing something like if you're doing something in the spiritual plane, like if it's not like the best way I can describe it is like need to know basis kind of thing. And the other aspect though as well can simply be a difficulty in energetic recall. So one of the things that like I'll do a lot of work in helping to identify, like we'll utilize the tarot to kind of understand which one of those is occurring to figure out like how best to resolve it, if that makes sense. But thank you for that question. It's a great question, Bridget. Yes, it happens to me. Yeah, there are some of us that just there's some of us that just don't have the connection to the dream space as easily. But the thing is, you can work to strengthen that recall connection. It's not something that it's like it's like a muscle, right? It's like anything. The more you much like anything, like some of us have a gift of being able to have like pinpoint accuracy in our look. I'm a perfect example. I have a very fickle relationship with my dreams. It's not something that comes easily to me, which is why, again, when you guys bring me your dreams and you've got like these really like just really like heavy deep dreams, I'm always like really impressed because that's something that I work on a lot because my recall isn't as great as I would aspire it to be. But again, I don't want you to lose hope in that context. Everything can be worked on, Bridget, yes, I don't sleep well, so I feel I can't get deep enough into the dream. Well, and here's the thing. Sometimes not sleeping deeply will help you with recall, right? Because you have to look at it like I like to think about it like the way I see the dream space is like you're going through doors to a certain extent. And the more you have to walk back from it, it's like you start forgetting, you start dropping things. Raven, thank you for the follow and thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you as well, Mother, for sharing the live. As I mentioned, my friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch the reading live is here to receive it. And if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. For today, we are doing here, we can do past life readings. We can also do dream interpretation readings. We can also do highest priority messages from spirit. We can do life path readings, angelic guidance readings, um, mediumship. Am I missing anything? I'm always and anything, and of course, love readings as well. Thank you so much, Carrie, for sharing the live, and thank you as well, Bella, for sharing the live. All right, my friends, and pet readings. Thank you, Bridget. And pet readings as well. Those have been beautiful too this week. I really appreciate you guys allowing us the opportunity to read on your companion animals. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started on today's reading? Oh, hold on a minute. There we go. There we go. Let's get started. Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, April 4th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread for today? First two cards we are starting our day off with today. Okay. All right. Let's walk through it. Okay. Oh, man. Yep. I'm not surprised to see it. Okay. We've got here the Hangman in its upright in combination with the Three of Swords in its upright. So I keep on getting the message. And here's the thing I keep on wanting to describe to you. If you feel sluggish right now, if you feel a little like energetically low, okay, if you're feeling a little bit of this stillness, if you will, I want to take this opportunity to remind you, as I was saying before we started the podcast, that the difficulty, I feel like everybody always wants to talk about like all excitement going into eclipse cycles. I feel like the care we need to actually put in things is talking about the come down from the eclipse energy, right? The after party. It's like the hangover energy because it can do a doozy on you, right? Like it's, and I gotta describe this. And we were talking about this yesterday, and we're going to continue to talk about it today. Um, eclipse, eclipse energy. The reason we articulate and we say that eclipse energy is chaotic is because it doesn't have characteristics, right? You can't define, you can't put a quality or characteristic on eclipses because it's like the volume knob. It's like the volume knob goes up, and depending on what's happening planetarily, it just raises the volume to a certain extent. And, you know, what we're effectively identifying that's happening here, and that's what sometimes can be a little, and that's why I remember, like, this is why you'll note that you probably have told, like, if you follow me through eclipses, I start sounding like a bit of like, I'm going to say like the healthiest broken record possible, because I'm saying, like, I'm trying to say to you, be consistent during the eclipse, be consistent during the eclipse. You're saying to me, should I do this and that? I'm like, I don't care what you're doing. I want you to be consistently you during the eclipse, because, you know, when we feel that, when we feel that amplification point, right? Like it can be very grounding. Like it can help us feel very firm in ourselves. But, you know, often, and we talk about this, something small that would typically not bother us feels like it's enormous. You know what I mean? Feels like it's enormous during eclipse cycles, right? Everything gets amplified. Everything feels like it's a big deal. And it's because like the volume knobs up. The difficulty with coming out of this eclipse cycle is we weren't feeling that great to begin with, because, and I just want to describe this again, before we went, like, as we entered the eclipse, there was a Venus in retrograde occurring. At the exact same point that the eclipse hit, Mercury went into retrograde, right? And it's difficult because, again, we talked about the fact that both of those in on their own are sometimes difficult to navigate, right? It's like a 1-2 punch, because the Venus retrograde, again, helps us clear the internal mirror, but again, distorts our view of the outside, our perception of how others perceive us, right? Or how we perceive ourselves. The Mercury retrograde often helps us identify the difference between a groove and a rut. But in order to do that, it's got to knock us out of it's got to knock us out of our comfort zone a little bit, right? If we fall back in, okay, cool, that's a groove. If we find something new, sweet, it was a rut. You know what I mean? Like Mercury's like, you're welcome. Um, but in combination, those two energies working together, it's rough because it often feels like situations or circumstances with an over concentration or worry about how others perceive the self, right? And that's why I kept on like saying to you during this cycle, please, 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 please don't take things personally right now. Don't take things personally, you know, because like let the lessons from from the Leo full moon cycle help us through something, because when we have those moments, they can feel expansive, right? I keep on saying this is incubation energy. It's beautiful time to build into honoring the self, but also understanding that one is a work in progress, right? And letting go of the aspect or perception of perfection. Remember, the perfection that we strive for is the perfection that is within, not without. Being able to clear that internal mirror, if you will, right? I like me. It's like it's a lot of that, like working through, like I like me just the way I am, kind of energy. But in those spaces and in those contexts, and that's why I kept on saying, the come down out of this eclipse almost feels worse than the eclipse itself, because you know often coming out of the eclipse cycles, because there's so much of that like intensification of energy. It's like and again, like I sometimes talk about full moon hangovers. You got to have an eclipse hangover, which is like you can feel like everything feels like a drag. You feel energetically exhausted. You just feel like ugh. And it's worse because that same feeling, nothing has changed. Like that's the thing about it. The volumes comes down, and nothing has changed. So now it feels like again it's working through the energetic come down of the eclipse that feels a bit like a drag, right? And that's why I kept on telling you guys it's kind of like working into a little bit of like chariot to hermit, because it's working through this space of solace, right? Because and that's why I keep on getting it's solace energy, like outside of the energy of the eclipse, because it becomes more quiet. And so being able to kind of like work through that, and I keep on seeing like a lot of that space, like it can feel like a breath of relief, right? Like hopefully it I say hopefully it feels like you navigated a storm. And that's why I was trying to tell you, don't take things personally during the eclipse process, so that you could like again just finding that even keel, being able to stay even keel during the eclipse cycle with Venus in retrograde, and the Mercury retrograde is either feeling at the best right now, like even keel energy, like things settling down, right? Worse feeling like navigating through a shipwreck. Right, because that's why I was trying to tell you guys, making sure that you weren't taking anything too energetically personally, right? Now this is I keep on hearing working in spaces of consolation and solace right now, um having different impacts depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. Now for masculine and feminine energy right now in separation, um you know I keep on seeing um like I keep on hearing both it's time or silver linings. Why am I hearing that right now? Because one of the things that we were talking about or talking through during that eclipse process, and remember this has a lot to do with and I'm not surprised to hear the times coming in, because Saturn is also now moving, like is also moving closer towards Aries. Um, we talked a lot about the fact that a lot of the lessons that we navigate as Neptune moves has to do with the fact that the lessons that are often around Neptune have to do with the fact that you can have a lot of depth, you can have a lot of feelings and still move, right? You can have a lot of feelings and still have progress. But Neptune lessons often are work us through not confusing depth for movement, right? Because and this is why I keep on getting a lot of these messages are of being able to come into a space of honoring one's own progress, because and effectively when we are in the context of recognizing, and this is why I keep on seeing for energy and separation, this may be difficult right now. Having a lot of feelings about something doesn't create clarity, right? When we have a lot of feelings, but it doesn't feel like it's going anywhere, those are the feelings that feel like they drag us down, right? And when we're in a space and we have feelings, we have a depth of feelings, but we feel like it's moving us, right? Like that's the messages of Neptune. You can plumb the depths, but you can also sail ships across the energy, right? It allows for that context of saying that you can do both. And especially with Jupiter and Gemini, you know, I keep on hearing that there's a lot of work that's happening for energy and separation, identifying the relationships that show the characteristic of being harmonically integrated. And what is a harmonically integrated relationship? It is a relationship that serves both of those spheres, right? It serves the sphere of having the depth that we often characterize and identify that we seek in a relationship. But you can also make progress upon it, right? You sail ships across it, you move in the directionality that one aspires to go. And so I keep on seeing the reason, I keep on seeing there's a lot of energy right now in separation, in solace, because the solace is being able to observe what is occurring in those contexts, right? And that's why I see even now, like if there are separations that are occurring in this, it's painful because it might be these moments where someone is identifying or articulating that the depth of feeling does not change the fact, like the need for progress in something, right? The healthy relationship that has the mutual manifestation goals. But I feel like I even see it, and that's the thing about it. I almost see some energy and separation working towards building, even if they're coming into separation at this time, working on healthy separation by being able to articulate and identify the fact that they're moving towards different manifestations, right? They may want different things. You can have a depth of feeling for another and want something different. And again, in the moment and being able to separate in that context does not create trauma because there's a clarity of understanding as to why. While for masculine and feminine energy, that is coming into, and at the same time, I'm seeing a lot of energy coming into connection right now. And what's beautiful about it is I keep on seeing that one half of that is potentially a complete. You know, I almost see this situation where a lot of these like relationships that are starting right now during this period, the gift they're giving one another is saying, never will you have to fear from me that things are not moving, that we are not sharing the same direction, right? And that's potentially because I see a lot of energy healing from situations or circumstances where, again, a lot of emotionality, but no clarity as it relates to direction. So there's a lot of this work that I see that is happening here as it relates to building into the context of understanding and working towards what feels what feels like it's clarifying, what feels like it's amplifying. And what's interesting about it is like it's like the energy has the clarity as it relates to where they're going. Now they're seeing how deep it can get. You know what I mean? Like now they're building into the intensity, right? Because I almost see now it's like the breath of relief in feeling the security or stability, in feeling that you share the same direction, that then allows for the opening of the energy building, starting to build the context of the depth. Because I keep on seeing that these are energies that are healing from situations where they used to try to do that in reversal. And this is why it's always dangerous to do that in reversal, because when you do in reversal, when you build a lot of connection to someone, and it's only after you've gone deep that you suddenly realize you're moving in different directions, that's where the trauma lives, right? Um, Third card, and for energy coming into divine union right now, I actually want to draw the third card because I think that this is important. We've got here the Six of Pentacles in its reversal. Now, this is really important because I see that what's happening right now for energy coming into divine union is I keep on hearing there is reminiscing about the past, but only, and I need to point this out, but only to a certain depth, only to a certain depth. Why is the energy doing that to a certain depth? Because one of the things I'm seeing, and this is what we talk about as it relates to being able to regulate the self, right? Because everything I'm identifying here for the energy coming into divine union, um, this is the energy that I keep on seeing looks back on the past for directions, but doesn't get lost within it, right? And that's what's beautiful. I told you that's where nostalgia lives. And so this is why the energy right now is healing. I told you with like a lot with Saturn moving up into that space too, right? What is nostalgia? Right? Nostalgia is the ability to look back upon something fondly, but not get lost in the gaze towards the past, right? Because when we get lost in the gaze, when we get lost in the gaze towards the past, that is what we call regret, right? When we get lost in the gaze of the past, that's what we articulate as regret. But when we're able to look back on the past, but not feel regret, that's what nostalgia is. So it is the fondness that pulls us back, the fondness of the present that pulls the gaze back from the past, right? That's why, like, I keep wondering, like, that is why we're able to build into that context of looking at, and when we get further enough from trauma, and this is what's interesting about it, they're saying even now, like, there are moments when we look back, sometimes we have those moments that we look back on something that was difficult to look at, and we finally feel the freedom of being able to look at it because it's not that it won't ever hurt, but we find the ability to look back upon it in a way that it feels like it's restorational to us. I keep on seeing that that's a lot of that energy that's building into the thankfulness of the context of the present. Because when we have thankfulness in the context of the present, it gives us the ability to look back on the past fondly, right? Because we are found in the present. So we look back, we look past, we look back, but we don't get lost in the process. Fourth and fifth cards to build into what's going on right now for the energy deep within divine union. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now with the World card and the Knight of Swords. I like this. This is grist for the mill. This is interesting because remember I told you right now there's a lot of this work that's having to do with like navigating through the mirror of the self, and I keep on hearing like there's a lot of the energy right now that's deep within divine union that is working on the space and being able to like forgive the self, but also to like call others out on like I like it feels like and I need to point this out. Like when we're in a space when we're energetically like we're in an energetically healthy space, we actually like we appreciate being energetically called out on things to a certain extent because it allows us the ability to do something even better. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's something really profound and beautiful because um like remember how I was articulating about the fact that being energetically defensive it's not purposeful. It doesn't allow for the context of growing through a process that often when we're defensive on things that others are trying to help us with, like this is why we sometimes say that it can be really like have you ever had those moments where you're trying to help someone through something but they're getting really defensive and the defensiveness itself becomes its own wall from being able to work through something when we're like that's why, and again utilizing that term, defensiveness is a dampener. It prevents us from understanding things. But when we're brave in the face of things that we are defensive about, we can learn through experiences, right? It's giving me a lot of Sagittarius lessons because this is something like Sagittarians need to work through this a lot. like because like it's having to deal with working through the ability to be patient and work through frustration, right? And that's why we kind of see that to a certain extent, there's a lot of lessons coming through, because when we are defensive, but instead of being, again, instead of projecting in that moment of defensiveness, we take the note, we work through it, we identify what it is we can change, we evolve in the process, right? So there's something about that. There's something about that expansion point that feels very, it feels very profound, right? But it's heavy, right? It's hard. It's not. It's annoying. It's, it's annoying, but it's worth it, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Hanged Man and our Three of Swords in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now. Here's that. I'm telling you. Here's that Seven of Pentacles that we just have to be conscientious about right now, because, and I'm going to just keep on saying this, sometimes coming out of the eclipse cycles is almost more frustrating than being in them, because, I want to put it this way. Typically, when we're going through an eclipse cycle and like the astrology is good, it's like, oh, good. It feels like things get back to normal. But the thing that you have to understand that's happening right now is nothing's like beyond the fact that Neptune has moved out of Pisces and into Aries, which for some may be creating more feelings of excitability. We're still very much in the same context that we were during the eclipse cycle, except now you may be experiencing a little bit of that weariness, or like the eclipse come down that we often like feel during these cycles. So if you're feeling more irritable right now, if you're feeling more, if you're feeling like you don't have patience for things, I want you, I'm going to say this, these eclipses, we've got like another week or so of them, right? I want you to continue to be patient. The same messages that we were receiving during the eclipse hold. Nothing is nothing has changed in that context, right? If everything you're doing right now is just allowing oneself to build into a context of consistency, taking those notes, incubating, building those plans, good, continue to do so, because I keep on telling you right now that the like the ability to, and this, it's like it's working through grit. And why do I keep on getting that it's working through grit? Because when we're frustrated and we just work through the grit of it, like, I need to point this out, like I keep on getting the same message, which is that a mirror, like, and this is because like this is the message that's coming through with Mercury and Venus in retrograde, right? Grit polishes a mirror. Like I know this is a lost thing, and I had to go do some investigating on it too. The way you make something shiny, the way you polish something, okay, the way you polish something is you put grit on it. It's the grit you put on something that helps something shine. So I want you to think a bit about that to a certain extent as you're navigating some of the work right now, which is, again, we don't shy away from grit, right? We don't shy away from it. We work with it. We work with it. We work with it. We work with what we have. We don't wait for the ideal situation. We do what we can with what we have, even if it's not perfect, because often the ability to take what we have when it's not perfect, perfect something, makes it even better, right? So I keep on getting, these are messages of like, don't get upset if there's grit on the mirror right now of the self. You like shine it, like, use it, like let it let it build the context of what it is that you're working on, right? Add it to the curriculum. I keep on hearing. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Swords in combination with our Six of double, like, yeah, we got the Six of Pentacles here and the Seven of Pentacles. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now with the Emperor. And it's very interesting because if you recall, there's a few cards when we go through some cycles, some cards like literally do not want to stay in the deck. And what we basically got here is like, I'm telling you, the Knight of Swords, man, the Knight of Swords during this whole eclipse cycle and the aftermath right now, this card, it just, I like, I never, I will go months without getting this card. This card will not stay in the deck right now. Um, but the Emperor has been coming up too. And the thing with the Emperor that I've noticed that is kind of interesting is that the Emperor keeps going up and down and up and down and up and down. So it's going upright and reverse. It's going upright and reverse, which means like, I'm gonna kind of work through this again, which is there's an unpredictability that is happening right now. And this was all, remember what we talked about. This was all the same work that we navigated during the Mars retrograde, right? Because, and I need to stress this, you know, when we are solid within ourselves, what happens outside of ourselves, it doesn't devastate us, it's conditional. You know what I mean? We understand and recognize the changeability of things around us. But when we ourselves like see ourselves, like that's what we talk about as it relates to um like warrior lessons. Because and this is also a continuation of what we spoke about in the last reading as it relates to doing the work and understanding the space between the ego and the higher self, right? Because when we desire things, when we want things, we get very fixated on them, right? And in those moments when we insist on something, we often talk about the fact that when we insist on something, we can't see beyond it, right? And the best way to be able to identify the difference of something that we hold on to because it's important versus because we think it's important versus something that is intrinsically important is our own ability of being able to identify and put meaning upon it, right? Because again, the ego, I keep on getting, the ego defies meaning, right? The ego is protective. The ego says, because I want it that way. And that is the limitation point of the energetic ego. And it's often in those moments that we often, like, again, it's the same conversation we're seeing across the frequencies. Sometimes in those moments, we like, and when we're in the space of like working on being adaptable, we will often recognize that we're holding on to something that doesn't feel like it's important, right? It's like when we understand, we suddenly realize that something we're holding on to isn't important because we can't identify why we're holding on to it. Like that's often the space that we begin to find the process of working on surrender, which isn't giving up. It's letting go of things that we insist upon. Now, I keep on seeing that, there's something about some of the energy right now in separation that is articulating upon that, like, I keep on hearing they're sharing sorrow, right? Why is the new energetic connection sharing sorrow? Because remember, they're doing the work to disassemble something about the self in order to build something back better, right? But not putting that, not projecting that forward, doing that work from within. So everything we see that's occurring right now for a lot of the energy and separation, being able to share sorrow is important because what happens? Sorrow is a part of a grieving process, right? These are energies that are, again, continuing to articulate to one another the fact that they're not fixated upon the past because they're working through the frustration that often occurs in situations or scenarios. I keep on seeing that what's happening for some of the energy and separation that can be so frustrating is these are some energies in separation that say it's not that there wasn't a path forward. It was not that there wasn't something that could have been solved in a situation. But when one person is focused on a solution and another person is fixated upon a problem, there's an incapacity, there's an incapability um, moment that makes it impossible to move forward, right? Because we talked a lot about this in the last reading. It has to do with navigating like the tautness, right? And the unhealthy connection that often is not one that feels like we're learning, but it feels like we're teaching each other lessons, right? And the teach of each other's of lessons is the tautness that we talk about, right? It's that moment that feels like you hit that point where there's nothing that you can do, but there's intensity there. And I feel like there's a lot of that energy that's almost expressing and saying to each other, articulating upon those moments as it relates to experiencing the frustration where you're in connection with someone and you suddenly realize or feel like you're pulling in completely opposite directions. And those moments, like that, is often, you know, they're not traumatizing, they're they're frustrating because it's off. I keep on hearing the energy it's saying in separation, it was at that moment, right? They're almost articulating to each other the moment that they recognized and realized that something was not in energetic alignment, right? And those moments, they're painful, right? We store a lot of frustration there. But I keep on seeing the ability to articulate upon something and another person to see us in that space, to be able to identify and know what we're experiencing. Like I can keep on seeing that there's something very restorational that's happening in those moments, specifically and particularly because this is the energy that is saying to one another, you don't need to explain it to me. I already know. I've experienced that too, right? And that's like, again, this is why it feels like there's a lot of solace that's occurring in those spaces because this is the energy that says, in the moment that they express it, rest assured that will never occur between us, right? Like, that's the energy that keeps on saying, like, this is why I keep on seeing that these are chariot partnerships because this is the energy that's saying to one another, like, you will never not know where something is headed. We will always be clear as to what that direction is. And in that moment, they're saying that that they are safe to create love with. Continuing to get clarification for energy moving deeper into divine union right now. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, moving deeper into divine union. There's how do I describe this? Um, there's a lot of work that we're identifying that has to do with building the resolutions of the self right now, right? And I can keep on hearing there's something really beautiful about that because it's saying a lot about the observation of healing from situations or circumstances where either another felt broken or they felt like they accidentally broke something. I keep on hearing this occurring right now because I keep on saying, I keep on hearing the energy coming into divine union that's saying that their own journey is understanding that the reason we describe healthy energy as moving into discernment is we're much more careful and conscientious with with our own energy, right? And that's why I keep on seeing, like, I see a lot of this energy looking back and holding themselves carefully. It feels like inner child healing because the energy looks back on the past version of self and says, there was a very clumsy person, right? Like but like that clumsiness, like that is the clumsiness that we often recognize and identify because when we come into a space of learning, when we understand ourselves more, we can see those moments where we may have been more clumsy, right? And in those clumsy moments, I keep on seeing that this is the energy that like I keep on hearing they own their clumsiness, right? Like they come into those spaces and saying like, yeah, I understand something now that I did not before, right? And it's in that moment that like they're able to build into the context of doing something in a better way, right? So there's a lot, I keep on hearing there's a lot of building energy that's happening right now, but there's a lot of disassembling at the same time, right? So it's like it's taking, it's working through and taking something apart to be able to build it better going forward. Remember, and if that sounds familiar, that's because this is a lesson of the energy and separation that's now moving up into the energy that's coming into divine union. While for energy deep within divine union right now, drawing another card. Yeah, and here's the thing about it, man. And I got to point this out. The energy right now, and I need to point this out, the energy within divine union is also dealing with that same sense of clumsiness, but it's not coming from inside the self. It's coming from outside the self, right? It's working in the context of recognizing and identifying things outside the self that feel energetically frustrating. And that's why I keep on seeing that, um, how do I describe this best? When when we're working in the context of, you know, like going through our own frustrations, we hold ourselves to a higher standard. And we also hold, I keep wondering, we hold those around us to those standards as well, right? And there's something really important about that path work. There's something really important about recognizing and identifying. And I keep on hearing the difference between stubbornness and adaptability. The difference between something that feels like someone just being inflexible on something for no apparent reason versus someone articulating why something is important. And I keep on seeing that, like, that is the energy that's just utilizing a lot of discernment as it relates to where they're putting their time, effort, and energy to a certain extent, right? It's not easy, but I keep on seeing, like, when we're working in that context, it's not about what's easy, it's about what has meaning. And so I keep on seeing that, like, that is a lot of the energy that's looking for meaning to be able to derive and define what it is that they're moving towards, continuing to get clarification between our world card and the Knight of Swords. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Nine of Wands in its upright. So one of the things that we also want to talk about right now is, and I'm going to tell you, this is the combination of energy that we're still experiencing that can feel so difficult right now, right? This is effectively how the Venus in retrograde makes us feel in combination with the Mercury retrograde, right? Because the Mercury retrograde feels like every communication slows down. Things feel like they're coming to a screeching halt. It feels like things are not working the way that they should. And on top of that, we've got the Venus retrograde, which makes it feels very personal as it occurs. It makes it seem like something feels like it's directed towards you, right? It's like that perception or the distortion of things that are directed towards you. So I'm going to say it again. When we're able to navigate those with a sense of, again, identifying and finding the compassion within the self, we build into the context of having patience for ourselves. We don't feel agitated by working in the space of solitude. We feel fortified by it. So I do feel like it's interesting because the Hermit card isn't out, but it's feeling like a lot of Chariot energy combined with Hermit energy right now, right? It's a lot. It's like it's working in that space, and it's like it's having to navigate, like I told you, the eclipse energy, which sometimes feels like it feels very much like solace energy, but being able to do so in a way that feels restorative to the self. But, and that's why I keep on saying, sometimes this energy is more triggering than being in the eclipse proper, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Emperor energy. One card to clarify. Yeah, I mean, so we've got here our 10 of Cups in its upright. Um, you know, there's a lot, I keep on seeing there's a lot of work as it relates to recognizing and identifying what feels energetically supportive. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the work right now, especially in separation, I just keep on identifying that there's a lot of the energy in separation right now that is, you know, and I keep on seeing, like, they're building new relationships from a place that feels calmer than they've ever experienced before. And a little bit of the difficulty that I'm seeing that may be happening in some of these in some of these connections that are forming at this time is, if these are situations or circumstances where energy is healing from trauma in the past, they're reorienting themselves to feeling security when nothing is happening. right? Because when we're in emotionally confusing relationships, we start to get worried when things are quiet, right? We start to feed into the anxiety and fear as to what those periods of quiet mean, right? And so I almost see some kind of circumstance here where energy and separation is learning to feel fine again when nothing is happening, because they're not feeling like someone is like I keep on hearing like directing that nothing at them, or making them have to worry about something that isn't there, right? There's a lot of, I keep on hearing, there's a lot of energy healing right now in healthy connection, but learning how to experience solace again. And solace is feeling the comfortability and quiet and not worrying that there's going to be trauma on the other side of the quiet, right? While for masculine and feminine energy right now that is coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, working in that space or working in that capacity, um, being able to, like, I keep on hearing the energy say it's such a relief to have someone to be able to talk to, because you'll remember that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, these are partnerships that started just a few months ago. Like, this is the energy that we experienced during the Mars retrograde. So a lot of that energy, finding the ability to talk through something that one is working on within the self with a counterpart that does not take it as an accusation or doesn't take it personally, right? The ability to feel, and this is why we heal from feeling defensive, right? Because when we're trying to work through something within ourselves and we make it too much about ourselves and we get too energetically protective, like, we often have those moments or those experiences wherein it becomes impossible to be able to have a productive conversation, if you will, right? But when we have those moments where, like, we just feel like we can, like, I keep on hearing, like, this is the energy that feels like they can get the beauty of being able to get something off of one's chest with a counterpart that does not take that personally, right? Doesn't get defensive within it, but almost like is there to, like, hold space. Like, this is the energy that feels that energetic overwhelm, because that's the energy that says, thank you for, like, thank you for like, thank you for helping me work through something, instead of trying to make it like, instead of making it about the self, right? Like, this is how we, I keep on hearing, this is how we hold each other's, this is how we hold each other. Sometimes we hold each other's trauma for one another, right? And when we hold each other's trauma, but we don't make it about the self, you know what I mean? Like, that is that moment that feels like we're holding hands, right? Continuing to get clarification for energy deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, there's something really beautiful and profound that's happening there, because again, it's like, it feels like the energy that knows how to confidently double down, but it's like the doubling down on the self. And that's why I told, remember I said when, like, you go through eclipse cycles, and it's like, it's about, you can get things off your chest, but making sure that you're intentional about what you get off your chest. Because when you say something and you mean it, you'll say it a million times. Like, you'll say it over and over again, because you're like, I cannot stress to you how important this is. You know what I mean? Like, but when you're in that space, or or in those situations where, like, that's the energy that like, when we have those, and that's why I told you, like, making sure that you're not, like, projecting your frustration out onto others, because often when we can tell when we've projected our frustration out onto others, we're like, oh, I wish I hadn't said that. Right? Because, like, it's like those moments that, like, they feel like the context of like, when we feel frustrated. So I keep on seeing that this is either energy that is, like, working in the context of re-articulating something that has a lot of meaning to them, or, like, correct it, like, like I told you, remember I told you there's a little bit of K turn energy, like, being like, I think you understood what I said. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you remember we were talking yesterday about the K turn being like, wait, wait, wait. And this is why we're patient because we're like, oh, no, 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 that's not what I meant. You know what I mean? Like, again, the distortion of the Venus retrograde with the Mercury, reading meaning into things that isn't energetically there, right? Not getting triggered, just being productive through it, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Emperor energy and that this is the K turn energy and the Six of Wands in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Yep, there's that seven of there's that seven of there's that seven of wands energy. So I'm going to tell you again something that's happening right now that we just have to be very mindful of. Okay, here we go. I talked about this yesterday. We're going to repeat it. So there's something very funny that's happening right now. Okay, what we have happening right now is we've got Neptune. Okay, I'm going to tell you about this again. We've got Neptune. Neptune is the memory bank. Okay, Neptune's the memory bank. Okay, usually back end energy. It's usually the caboose. Okay, it's the caboose. Neptune's the caboose. Okay, so you got the caboose energy, and the caboose is moving forward right now. Okay, Mercury is about ideas. It's about fast moving. Okay, Mercury is the engine, and the engine usually goes forward. The engine is going backwards right now. Okay, so we've got the Mercury retrograde that's going backwards, right? It's moving into Pisces, and we've got Neptune that's moving into Aries, and then we've got Venus that is wound up between them. So I keep on describing this right now as like an astrological K turn that's happening, which what does that mean? And again, I had to explain this because apparently I'm telling on myself because we only call it K turns where I'm from. Okay. So a K turn, how do I describe it? It's not exactly a pivot. It is when you don't have a lot of space to turn around. So it's like a half turn, right? Where it's like you turn something and then you go forward. So there's like a little bit of that. The best way I keep on describing it as a K turn, because what's happening right now is it's the long story short of it, it's very easy to misread meaning into things that feels incredibly personal, that another person might not have intended to mean that. Okay? Like, it's very easy. It's very easy to misread things right now. It's very easy to misread meaning into things. So that's why I keep on telling you guys, don't take things personal right now. Lead with compassion. Okay? Ask again. Don't assume, because what may be happening right now with the combination force of the Mercury retrograde going backwards, the Neptune energy going forward, Venus caught up between, is something that has meaning to you, something that has personal meaning to you. Another person may be bringing to you, and you're suddenly energetically triggered by it, and it didn't mean the thing you did, but now now you're like, so that's why I keep on saying to you guys, don't read meaning into things. Just be energetically productive through things right now. Okay. Like, lead with compassion. Okay, that's the best way I can articulate what we're experiencing. Um, Continuing to get clarification between our Six of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Nine of Wands in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our King of Wands and its upright. Like, and here's the thing about it. It's like, like at the and this is like, again, like I said, at the same time, we've also got a little bit of this issue with the fact that we've also got Saturn that's transiting right now as well. Like Saturn's kind of joining this like little gang, like energy right now, all bundled up together. And also, like, to just add to like the little cherry on the cake, things from the past may be feeling like they're reemerging right now. because again, working in this context, the best way I kind of like to describe this has to do with, like, how do I put this best? And I'm gonna walk you through what I'm seeing right now across the frequencies. Um, Remembering that we talked about the fact that there's some energy in separation that is building upon the clarity, like the gift that is occurring right now, the clarity in being able to see what an energetic hurdle is, the ability to recognize and identify, like the gift that we're kind of getting right now. Every cycle has a gift. And I keep on saying the gift of being able to find the words to articulate what a difficulty or hurdle is. Like I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now. Remember when I was saying that the energy was finding the language, like all during that Mars retrograde, the energy's found the language, right? They're able to articulate upon something that is energetically bothering them. They're able to find a way to give voice to it. And they're saying, and like again, often when we, and that's why they keep on saying it's Renaissance energy, because often when we find words to give voice to our frustration, it doesn't heal it, but it does feel cathartic in being able to talk about it. Like, you know, and so I see even now, and like it has to do, I keep on hearing a lot of the messages have to do with that, that and it has to do a lot with trauma. The thing about it is, and I keep on getting, um, you can't let go of trauma. You can't release trauma. Like the whole reason that trauma is because it is the pain that sticks. Trauma is sticky because it is pain that we wish we could remove and it doesn't go anywhere. And I keep on getting like that space that the like I feel like there's something beautiful that's happening right now with a lot of energy that it's not building in the context of trying to get over something. It's literally understanding that the context of trauma is the definition of trauma is something that it's something you never get over. Like that's why it's called trauma. If it was as easy as letting something go, you would let it go. That's why it's called trauma. You can't say I'm trying to let go of trauma, because that is like that's an oxymoron. If you could let go of it, it wouldn't be trauma, right? The reason it's trauma is because you can't let go of it. It is the wound that sticks. It's how we live with it. It's like the way we heal from trauma is recognizing and identifying and learning how to live with it. It's learning how to carry it with us. And that's why I keep on hearing that there's a lot of work that's happening right now across the frequencies as it relates to Chiron. Because what do lessons around Chiron teach us? Wounded healer. That, Chiron, the story of Chiron is again in Greek mythology, a centaur that was injured and they never healed from that wound. But in learning to live with the wound, the things that they learned along the way, they became a healer. And this is how we heal, right? We understand and identify what it is that has caused us pain, and via learning how to carry it, we not only learn to love ourselves, but we love others in that same context, right? It is a journey that is shared, and it's shared via the understanding. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's something very beautiful about the energy and separation right now, because this is an energy that's saying, as they're coming into partnership, I'm sorry, I can't start building with you because I haven't let go of that. This is the energy that meets each other and says, I'll never let go of that because it was important. It had meaning to me. It shaped who I am. I'm changing within it. I will always be changing within it, because I identify that it's not like healing is not about getting over things. It's learning to live in the condition by which I have experienced a wound, right? So I see even now that there's something about the energy and separation, talking about those wounds, right? Like the ability to talk about, and they're not just talk, they're not forcing each other to talk about it. They're asking each other how they carry it, how they prefer to. Sometimes we say, I'd rather not talk about it. Someone's going, that's okay, that's healthy, right? It's not, it doesn't like whatever it is, we honor each other. We honor each other, not enforcing things, but honoring how another aspires their wound to be carried, right? And that's what I keep on seeing. Everything about the energy, and this is why it's chariot partnerships that are coming through right now. And what do chariot partnerships do? Training wheels, slow to start, and utilizing discernment to build into a connection to feel like it's safe to build with, right? While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union right now, this is a lot of energy I almost feel the energy doing the opposite, being like saying, I'm ready to talk about it. I can see some energy now that's been holding on to something and saying, I'd like to talk to you about something, because often when we're in healthy connection, like the ability to express something that we couldn't express before. I told you that's how nostalgia form says I'm ready to look at it, right? While for masculine and feminine energy that is deep within divine union, a lot of this energy deep within divine union working in that context, I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy just working to hold and maintain an energetic standard, right? And so for a lot of that energy, like that's a lot of the energy. It's not about talking or not talking, it's recognizing what feels like it is a productive conversation versus a repetitive conversation. And I can't, I was hearing like the energy within divine union saying they're always available for a productive conversation, but they get energetically exhausted in a repetitive conversation because they're looking for, and again, they're working with Neptune and Saturn. They're looking for like they're looking for things that feel like they're they're looking for things that feel like they're progressive. They're very pragmatic right now, deep within divine union. As I like almost swallow my hair. All right, can I please get 2 cards to clarify between our 10 of Cups in its upright in combination with our 7 of Wands in its reversal. So many wands today. So many wands. King of Cups, I like that. I like that a lot because I told you, and I like the fact that it's a Knight of Cups because it is. I keep on hearing something that's happening right now in separation like almost a promise. It's almost a promise that I can almost hear the energy is making as they are building into relationship and deconstructing something to each other, which is, I promise you there's no room here for hurt feelings. And why is the energy building into the context of saying, I promise you there is no room for hurt feelings, because this is the energy that says, I won't put the hurt feelings in a room. I won't harbor them. I won't hide them from you, right? Often trauma forms when we don't realize that someone is harboring things, right? And when we hold on to hurt feelings, we've talked about this, like that's where we start to dwell. Remember how we talked about the fact that when we hold on to things, we start to dwell, we start to build into a context of bitterness. This is the energy that says, rest assured that if I feel that, like, this is the energy that even here in the space of articulating upon the past and their frustration, this is the energy that says we will be brave with our feelings because we won't hold them back, right? I won't make you ever have to worry that there's something I'm feeling that I'm not communicating, because often trauma is formed when another person, instead of articulating how they feel, pulls back, right? And when someone pulls back when their feelings are hurt, it creates trauma, because then we feel that anxiety when there's solace, when there's quietude, right? We build into a place where we become afraid of quiet because we don't feel the quiet is consoling. We feel that it is pregnant. We feel like it is like it doesn't feel like it feels like doomed, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I keep on hearing this is energy that says, I promise you, you'll never feel doomed. Because when we have the silence and we worry that another person is holding something that they're not telling us that they feel in silence, the silence does not feel blissful. It feels traumatizing. You can wound another person with silence, and often is because the silence is loud. It sounds booming. The quietude, remember, dumb, this is why they're bringing their dumb up, because the booming dumbness is doom energy, right? So often when we're healing from trauma environments, we are afraid of quiet, of solitude, because if we've experienced something where another person did not communicate their frustrations, but instead felt like they were punishing us with silence, it's the energy that often has to learn how to heal from circumstances where, again, they hear silence, and they hear I keep on hearing they hear sirens in the silence, because the sirens in the silence is the feeling of the feeling of being doomed, because of the memory that someone would sometimes punish you with silence. So that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of this energy is saying to one another, I'm going to promise you that you'll never have to feel doomed with me, that if there's something that I'm feeling, I'm going to express it. I'm not going to leave you wondering if I'm carrying something or making you be worried about the quality or nature of the silence, right? Told you, chariot energy moving into hermit energy. Continuing to get clarification, this is a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union. And everything I keep on seeing with the energy coming into divine union is, I mean, it's saying to me that there's a lot of that work in recognizing and identifying um, what feels like this is the energy that says with you, like this is the energy that says, I feel like this is energy that's healed that. This is energy that's working in that context of feeling like a relief and being able to articulate something to another and having that point of expansion, having that point of understanding. Because often when we talk to another about our difficulties, about our sorrows, and we feel held in that space, we suddenly feel like, again, we feel energetically seen. We feel like everything's possible because this is the energy that says to one another, our job isn't to be perfect. Our job is to recognize that what we're going to do better going forward. And so I keep on seeing that a lot of that energy, it feels resolved and restorational because I see them articulating to each other in a way that they never have before with any other. And even in that moment, I keep on hearing they feel held in that embrace. While for masculine and feminine, deep within divine union right now, again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, I just keep on seeing a lot of this energy right now, like working through situations. And this is beautiful because this is where I keep on getting a lot of Aries lessons. And it has to do with divine patience, right? And again, this is what it, like, here's the thing, this is often a misunderstanding point with those with Aries placements. It's often misconsidered that Aries lack patience. It's not that Aries lack patience. Aries lack patience for circumstances and situations where they don't see progress, right? If someone is trying to learn how to do something, Aries become the best teacher on the planet. Aries will stay overnight, they will stay nights and weekends because they see the desire in another and they want to rise to the challenge of helping that energy reach their energetic potential, right? And so that is the difference. I keep on seeing that that's a lot of the energy that is working in the context deep within divine union of identifying and recognizing what feels like, I keep on hearing it's working in the context of potential, but this is positive potential. Okay. I want to say this is positive potential. This is positive potential because it's not the potential and hoping something is moving in a progressive way. It's potential. Healthy potential is when you see another person's desire to advance upon something and being in the context of also sharing that desire to help them through it, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that it's working through frustrating situations and what is the energy deep within divine union utilizing and doing in those frustrating situations. They're perpetuating a standard to identify potential, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Wands in its reversal in combination with our King of Wands in its upright. One card to clarify, two cards to clarify. I like it. We've got here our Six of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Seven of Cups in its reversal. Now, let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing here because I just want to, like, you know, this here, I'm going to tell you, like, and it's very much the continuation point of what we saw during the eclipse process. And this is what I mean about, like, I keep on getting the message, like, you know, I mean this like very lovingly, but like, don't get too comfortable right now. Like, because like, and the reason I'm saying don't get too comfortable is I feel like I want to put it this way. I feel like there's something about everyone like acting like being in the space of being on their best behavior, like during eclipse cycles, and then feeling like, oh, good, Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, good, I don't have to worry anymore. The eclipse is over. And it's like, it's more the same space as saying, like, nothing has changed. Like the volume is effectively energetically the same. So it's very much the same message. You know, don't let yourself get triggered. Stay energetically consistent. Don't, I mean, you should be like this all the time, but I'm just impressing this. I feel like you should be like this all the time, but I'm just impressing this. Don't make examples be the energetic force of change, because I keep on seeing, like, recognize and identifying what feels like it's productive versus what feels like it's not right now. It's helping one through. I keep on seeing the difference between frustrating but potentially productive conversations versus energetic distractions, right? Like, versus energetic situations that don't feel like they're like that they're very much like, it's being able to I keep on saying, like, recognizing the difference between a productive conversation and a conversation that just feels like it's moving in circles in some way, shape, or form. Like, that's actually, like, I keep on seeing, like, that's what I'm basically seeing is happening that's helpful right now. It's like identifying the form of a conversation, be like the moment that we sometimes reach closure in that point that we just feel exhausted, being like, this is not a new conversation, this is the same conversation we've had. Or the energy that goes, oh, this is different, this is moving somewhere else, this is, like, you know what I mean, like. And that's why I'm seeing, even now, it's hard to say what direction you're moving in, because that's gonna be different on a case by case basis. Like, that's where we start getting into personal readings. Final card between our Knight of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Seven of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Ten of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about this. Let's talk a little bit about this, like this heavy energy right now. And here's the thing, like, this is the note that has been, like, wearing on everyone during this cycle, right? Because the combination the combination of the Mercury retrograde in combination with the Venus retrograde is, what does it mean? What, like, when we put those together, what do we have? Things breaking in relationality to the distortion of perception. So it's very easy right now to feel like everyone is judging you. Okay? It's very easy right now to feel like others are judging you. But when we are in that space of just allowing for that point of stabilization, like, we don't, I keep on hearing, when we're good with ourselves, we don't shirk from another's gaze. I keep on getting, like, that's the thing about it. Like, when we're feeling that sense of being energetically confident with ourselves, and that's why I told you guys, going through this cycle, if you are an individual who puts a lot of focus, if you feel like you put a lot of focus on outside perception, and that's okay, we all need that in some way. This might be a harder time for you because, a lot of that energy right now, it feels very difficult in that way. It's like a lot of that perception of the self, focus upon the self. But when we're able, and this is why we keep on saying that the gift of some of that Leo full moon, being able to navigate something with a sense of compassion for the self, it allows for that place of compassion. It allows for that I keep on saying, like, it allows for, like, I keep on hearing, it's like, what do you do? It's like everything, like, what do you do with a note? Do you take something that's important that you recognize and identify for the self and say, I can move forward from that. I can utilize that in a way that feels energetically productive. But when we're feeling those moments that feel like they're heavy, and we get defensive, we push something back, it creates that amplification point. But, and this is the important thing about this is not about the notes that others have for us. This is about the notes for ourselves, right? When we are in a space that we're not energetically defensive, and we see something that triggers us, we articulate and build upon it. It allows the context by which we can change something. It allows the context by which we can improve ourselves, right? It's like I told you, it is a lot of this work that we're working through right now with this cycle is understanding that grit is a gift, because when we have grit, we can polish. We don't complain that the mirror is dirty. We use the grit to polish the mirror of the self by which we can improve. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, Page of Swords energy. It's not easy energy right now. It's annoying. Like, it's not easy. I know it's annoying. And listen, I guarantee right now, I guarantee you want to say to me right now, Gray, you don't understand. Gray, you don't understand. This person, this whatever they are, I'm like, and here it is. I'm gonna just be here for a minute. I'm gonna be your cosmic mom for a sec. Listen to me. Okay? I mean this with all the love in my heart. I don't care who started it. Okay. I do not care who started it. I don't care who started it. Okay? When someone comes towards you in a way that is unreasonable, and you return them back to them, all you've shown them is that all they need to do to bring you into a place of reactivity is just bring the most ridiculous thing to you, and you'll start acting ridiculous. Okay? It is not about, don't like, matching energy is the silliest thing that's ever existed on the planet. Okay? Don't match energy. Be the energetic example. Articulate upon. Don't teach lessons. Be the energetic lesson. Allow for that context by which you can allow for that expansion point. And I know, but I know right now, and I know, I don't want to, I already hear it. Like, I can hear, but I no buts. Okay. Be the reason why something changed. Don't be the butt. Okay. Don't be, if someone's being a butt, don't be a butt too. All right. Be the reason why. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Receiving thank you. That was our daily collective read for today. Thank you for being here to receive it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my website. Please keep in mind, if you're going to book a reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please do both if you'd like to have that reading. Please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I'd encourage you to do that if you'd like to do so. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Justice Card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hangman. I am so excited to teach this class. We're going to go over the symbology of the card, the history of the card. I'm going to work you through spread applications, how to read that card in any direction. I'm also going to work you guys through a very unique spread that'll help you channel the messages of the Hangman into your own readings. And all you need to do, if you'd like to become a part of that class program, is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Class Library Archive. You will also, now it's not necessary to catch up. I will do my best to give you the insight in terms of what we've studied thus far in each class, but now is a great time to join, because you've got a few weeks before we get started on our next class. You could have about 3 classes a week and you would be caught up. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we are studying or have currently studied. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also have access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 12 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in those classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any offering services. I post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal path and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase those on an individual level per dream or as a package. If you purchase the dream interpretation series, I would encourage you to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. I'm going to take a moment to read over who got the highest gift. Congratulations, Kim. Oh, Kimmy actually is on the list. The person who got the highest gift today for the reading is Nikki. Nikki, congratulations. You are the highest gifter today. And thank you so much, Ava. You will also have an additional card in your subscriber reading. If anyone else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the fifth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. Also, when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We are already at 24.3K. I also appreciate, because when you guys tap the screen, you help to share the live to the community. Hi there. Congratulations, Nikki. Looking forward to our reading. And good to see you today, Elisa. All right. Is the shirt asymmetrical? Yes, it is. Hi there, Flamin. Good to see you. How you been? Been a minute. Moonlit, thank you for the follow. One moment, please. And Addie, thank you for those gifts as well. Hi there, Steve-O. Thank you for the follow. All right. And hi, here comes Dumb. Thank you, little vamp. I love it every time you're like, here comes Dumb. I'm sorry. I gotta clarify. If there was a better word, I would find the other word, but that's the word that keeps on coming. Vicky, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you as well. Yes, absolutely. And thank you, Flame. Here's the thing. I know sleep stinks right now. Sleep just stinks right now because like the Pisces energy is making us drowsy, and the Aries energy means we're not sleeping heavy. It's annoying. Kishan, I feel so sad. Next, I feel so silly. After that, I feel restless and tired. Also, yeah, you might be like, listen, like I'm not surprised to see that right now because Jupiter's also in Gemini. So it feels like your moods are like moving a lot right now. That can also be a reason why. Yeah, the dreams right now. Speaking of dreams, why can we remember dreams sometimes? Oh, we were actually just talking about that, Kashan. So some dreams are not meant for us to bring back into the terrestrial plane. You know? And often, like one of the things I do when I'm doing dream work with a client is, even in the context where a client is having a difficulty point in remembering or recalling their dreams, we will do work to try to identify and recognize why that block is there. Because there's different reasons why one might not be remembering dreams. Nikki, I feel so awake at night and then I get so tired in the morning. I can't get it. No, that's Nikki, that is literally what we're experiencing. So we've got a lot of energy that's going back and forth between Pisces and Aries. And Pisces, it's hard to wake up. Aries, it's hard to stay down. So like it's like the worst case scenario, because like you feel like you're not getting a heavy sleep, and then right as you're about to wake up, now you're sleeping. You know, it's like that little bit before you wake up is like the heaviest part. Moonlit, thank you for the follow. I absolutely feel that. It's kind of doing better today, but underlying nerves. Yeah, I know, Elisa. Then it's the solace energy. It's not for everyone. That's a vibe right now. Rich Rising, Erica, what's going on? I fell out of bed last night and woke up as if I just ran a marathon. Wow. Oh my goodness. That is why, like, did you actually fall out of bed? Like, did you fall out of bed? Face mask, tea, favorite sweats. It's raining. Clean tax and mute movie day. I love that, Grace. That sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. Sign me up. I mean, it's good. Like, it's nap energy. Naps are going to help right now. I'm content today. Laughter helps, and I think I'm funny. Look, look. It's the most important thing that we have to have is feeling like we are funny. It is important. It is important. Hi there, Catherine. Glad to see your beautiful face again. I'll have to go back and watch the collective. Absolutely, dear. If you missed the daily collective, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on Spot and over on at Tarot Church and over on Substack. Bridget, I've been meditating on the dream space lately and realized I've always been able. Bridget, that's such a gift. And again, thank you so much for letting me read for you on those dreams over the last few days. These retrogrades, lol. But yeah, I know. It's like it's just remembering that, like, the big message is remember the retro. Just because the eclipse season's over, the retrogrades are still here. You know. My mom does it too. It's beautiful. Hi there, Taro Sunita. All right. When do you do dream one-on-ones? Is that through a certain time frame? I'm just curious. So typically, if someone's purchasing the dream package, I give you the option of meeting weekly or biweekly, because I don't want to stretch it out farther than that, because if we're reading in the series, we're trying to build a dream practice. So that's why I don't like extending it beyond a 2-week limit in meeting. In fact, like 2 weeks feels a little long for me. I prefer to meet weekly. I remember a lot of my dreams. See, that's a gift, Bridget. Not everybody has that. You know, it's not one of my gifts. I've got me and the dream space have like a very fickle relationship. You know, those with Pisces placements tend to be like Pisces placements, and the dream space is like, and Aquarius, you know. Dream. I've been trying to journal through this whole process because there's more to learn as a student. I mean, I think that's, I think that's the best thing you can do to a certain extent, you know, because, you know, sometimes, like, again, if what I'm seeing there, like, things like understanding sometimes comes later, you know. Don't get triggered right now. Take the no's and the yeses. Yeah, exactly. Movement. And again, another message is coming through is sometimes, like, you know, sometimes a no is a not yet, you know. I love knitting, but I can't crochet. Yeah, I can knit. I've never been able to crochet. I've always been the opposite. Retrograde feels like, I still love that description of Kashan of the retrograde feeling like Snow White as she ran into the woods. It's such, it really, like, but again, it's like it's also like, I want to say it also feels reaffirming to the self, right? Hi there, Katira. Hi, I'm Leo, but I have always had premonitions through dreams and see them like a second life. Well, it's really wild because, Katira, we were just talking about the fact that a couple of days ago, I do dream interpretations here. And a couple of days ago, um, one of the members of the collective gave me a dream, and then we interpreted the dream, and then we found out the following the day that the dream was actually like it was actually a premonition dream, and it actually occurred. So we're just talking about the fact that we're talking about like the incredibleness of that gift. I don't have like my dream space is not one that like deals in like the things that are going to happen in the future. It's just more just working a lot of karma out. Yes. Yeah, I'm in the same camp with the knitting. I admire it. Yeah, again, I mean, I'm like, I am someone who wishes I had the fortitude to knit, to knit or crochet. Tammy, thank you for sharing the live. Hi, Miss Melissa. I've been told I am, and again, I'm so excited for you having that. I'm so glad to hear that that's occurring. Um, and thank you as well. Yes, it happens to me too. And thank you, Raven, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Creative past life readings, like to find out your past lives. So the way I typically do past lives creative is a little different than others. I don't do past life regression. And if you want to in fact, if you want to bring me a past life regression, I actually like working in that context, because what I do is I don't read on the regression point of the past life. I read on the path work of the life. So we look at the past life, we identify what the work was, what you were working on in the past life, and we work to understand the carryover into this one. So if you guys are looking for a good past life regressionist, I've got, I've definitely got that people I can suggest to you. But that's kind of just to help you clarify and understand. So it's like you're not going to come to me, and I'm not going to regress you in any way, but what we'll do path work in understanding what the work was. And Carrie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Grand Rising Susie. Thank you for the compliment on my hair, dear. It was a wash day. Bridget, no, more on finding clarity on past life session you've had. Yes. So again, the way we can do that, it's not necessary that you bring a past life session. I can do the reading without it. But I like to describe that if you already have the past life session, it can sometimes be helpful, because we're gonna like I'll help you understand the map effectively. I'm not going to tell you the details of the past life. I'm going to tell you what the work was. And thank you as well, Raven. Yes, exactly. Hangover is a perfect way to describe it. I know, Susie. So make sure you're hydrating, make sure you're napping right now. Self-care is key. The list is open, Queen of Swords. Good to see you today. And Theory, heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Maria, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Ava, I've been resonating with the energy in divine union for a few weeks now. I love that. I'm so happy to hear that that's the case, Ava. Continue to do so. Tap to claim. Thank you for confirmation, Maria, as well. You're so welcome, Ingitis. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. And if I've said your name incorrectly, free to correct me. Elisa, the 1-2 punch of the retrograde and the eclipse making me feel burnt out. I know. It's a lot of, it's like coming out of eclipses can feel like a drag. That's actually so helpful. I'm so glad, Lem. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Bridget, so true. Yesterday I threw myself into fight or flight. And I had to stop and remind myself where I am. Again, grounding right now, building into the present. I wouldn't be surprised if you're having a lot of spaces where things feel very like lucid, because of all of the wonkiness that we're getting right now with Mercury retrograde and Neptune moving forward. Put me right. That's me today. I keep pausing to breathe. Bridget, put me right in the past, unpredictable trauma of childhood, and I had to remind myself I was safe. Congratulations doing that, like literally working through a trigger. Continue to do that work. And Chelsea, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Celeste, thank you for the follow. Air, thank you for the follow. A little too quiet, I know. Those, like, depending on how you deal with solace energy, earth signs right now are probably like, those with like fire, like, and earth and water are probably like feeling more chill right now. Those with fire and air are probably like, what is happening? This is so accurate and validating. I'm so glad to hear that this is helping Elisa. Nikki, you're right. I finally have a partner that will listen without getting overly defensive. I'm so happy that you have that, Nikki. It's so important. Yes. The reiterating reminds me of like, no, seriously, energy. Like, where's the the action reaction? Beautifully said, Nikki. Bella, it seems like we are energetically stuck at a freight train. It's just, I keep on describing it. It's like, it's K turn energy. Wait, like, you know what I mean? It's like it's working on it's it's like working on what feels productive without others, like without things getting twisted, you know what I mean? Yes, like I like a 150, or no, I think it's more like a 180. Is it? No, it's like 90 degrees, you know? Yes, the gang's all here. Exactly, Bridget. Is a K turn even on a driving test anymore? I feel old. I don't know, but I'm shocked that you guys don't call it that. I just assumed that we all called it that. I feel call I feel called out. But again, that's a very Venus in retrograde, Mercury retrograde thing to happen. It's been removed. Yes, the retrograde just lost control of my hairbrush and it hit me in the head and knocked my water over. That's the kind of energy that we're experiencing right now, Nikki. Like the kind of stuff you're like, I couldn't have done that if I tried. You know what I mean? It's that kind of energy. Like being like, I couldn't have done that if I tried. Hi, Bridget. And Danielle, thank you for the follow. Victoria, thank you for the follow. Bridget, I talk to my higher self out loud all the time, like full conversations. Hashtag I live alone. I do that anyway, and I don't live alone. So I can imagine that sounds like it would really hurt your forehead, Nikki. I hope you're okay. Me too. I have the best convos with myself. I also live alone. We're not crazy. No, you're not crazy. It's good to talk to yourself. Quote that healing explanation, someone please. Which one was that, Air? That's a high five, by the way. I got you. Hi, Jessica. How are you doing today? Yes, I love it. I'm high fiving back. Adore it. I'm like, hey, everybody. I love it, Bridget. I'm here for it. So opinionated, beautiful. Absolutely. I train a lot of people in my life, in my line of work, and I'm happy to do it. I love that. That's beautiful. But the second you don't put in the work, I walk away. Exactly. Right. It's like it's having to see, it's having to identify the progress. I don't have time for it. Not all of us. Exactly. Tap to claim grace. Judge away. And Jojo, thank you for the follow. Hi from the UK. Hi there, Poodle. How are you doing? Welcome, Jacob. I thought you were gonna say I don't care. It's not though. I don't care. Like it's not like it's like yeah. It's like I don't care who started it. Like I mean like I don't care with like all the love of my heart. Saying like I care about you, so I don't care who started it. You know. Hi there, Miss Justine. Oh, Dada, I love you. You always say everything I need to hear to help my thoughts and actions. I'm very happy to hear that, Dada. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here and not choosing violence. Edith, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Addie. You're amazing soul. Keep being amazing, lovely lady. Right back at you, Dada. Thank you for being here and thank you for being a part of the collective. You're deeply appreciated. That is my main obstacle, trying not to match energy. I get stubborn. I know it feels good, but you can listen, you can say that to your ego. You're like, look, I know it would feel good, but like feels good is good, Thank you. You're so welcome, Bridget. And Ram, thank you for the follow. Thank you for sharing the live as well. All right. Hold on a minute, just reading over some of the comments. Ba-ba-bum. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live, dear. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you as well. Congratulations, Nikki. How many are in line for personal readings right now, Creative? You'd be the 5th person read for. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Jacob. Have a great day, dear. Nikki, I feel like I only remember dreams that are triggering in some way, either good or bad. Well, again, one of the things that we would do in like a dream interpretation reading package is trying to get to the bottom as to why you're recalling triggering dreams, right? Because that is interesting. Chrissy, if I drink lots of water before bed, I wake up randomly in between dreams and get to remember. Hey, look, if you found a system that works for you, I'm not going to fault you for it. Okay, whatever works, works. Nature's been helping. Tap to claim, Gigi. What are you doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, Poodle? Yes, I literally rolled and hit the wood floor. Are you okay? Wow. Well, I'm glad to hear that you woke up feeling great because, like, that's wild. Bridget, why do we often dream that we're falling or wake ourselves up? Um, it's a really, it's a really good question. And when I've read for it, um, there's been there's been a few different reasons that have come through, but often, like, I need to point out, like, often something that's come through for me when I've been doing readings about why someone feels like they're falling is because it's like it's triggered from memories of the birth process. But there could also be other reasons because either it's either like an energy that's triggered towards a birth process or it's energy that's remembering trauma. It's either one or the other, right? Because it's like it's talking about like an energetic like the shock to the system, you know. Caitlin, Carlin, I've been cuddling myself in bed this whole reading. Lol, I will have a nap. I love that for you. Like this is it's a nappy kind of day, you know. Thank you. Knowing, yeah. Chrissy, I've had a hard time remembering dreams since the Mars retrograde around Decemberish. I mean, one of the things that we've noticed is a lot of this energy that we're experiencing. The thing with the thing coming out of that we've noticed coming out of the Mars retrograde is that we started to have a lot of planets starting to build into Mars, and Mars, it's not heavy sleep. Aries typically don't sleep heavy. They're light sleepers. So I feel like it is having an impact right now on the ability, like, and it's going to affect everyone differently. Some energy sleeps better light, like it's going it depending on the best way I can describe it is depending on your on where your sign placements are will probably have an impact on how it's affecting you. You know, it's not going to be so hard on fire and air signs because fire and air signs typically sleep later. Water and earth signs, it may be rocking in that a bit, you know, because like water and earth signs, like you sleep deeper. Yes, thank you for being such an so amazing. I enjoy your content. Thank you, Kashan. Thank you for being here and being a part of the collective. And Addie, thank you for sharing the live, dear. Alexandra, I've been about um, I've been about every race and gender in my dreams and found that it's not a usual thing for my friends. No, that's interesting because it almost begs the question, how are you identifying yourself? Is it like a cognizant awareness or are you seeing yourself reflected in surfaces? I would be very intrigued on where the eye is sitting that's allowing you to recognize that you're not yourself. That is really fascinating. Creative. I've been looking for a past life regression person. Michelle Brock is fantastic. Creative. I'm happy to send you their information if you wanna message me. George, not being quick to respond when I remember your personal perspectives is key. Again, anytime I feel like there's always. I think it's not about quick. I don't think it's about being quick to respond. It's making sure that we absorb what's being said, right? Because sometimes, and here's the thing with quickness is that sometimes we respond because we absorb something quickly. But we always want to make sure that we're absorbing what is said before we respond, right? It's not so much about speed, so much as making sure that we're calibrating for what we're receiving. Honestly, my dreams have been so active lately. And that's the thing. I actually think that for some of the sign work placement of like air and fire, this might be allowing for dreams to be more easily recalled. Um, it might be more hard for um, earth and water signs to be recalling their dreams right now because it might not be feeling like you can reach the depth required to get into the dream space. You know. Hi there, Undying. You have both fire and air. So yes, are you feeling okay right now? Like so true. It feels quite calm. Yeah, your cat. Yeah. So you're fine with it. You're like, this is great. This is like library energy. You know what I mean? Everyone else is like, what is happening? You know, George, I'm reminding myself is hard when I think I'm disassociating, but I don't dislike it. I think it's helpful. I mean, if it's productive, if you feel like it's productive, then it's productive. I mean, again, if it works for you, I'm not going to say it's not. Like like I say that when I see like an Aquarius disassociating, I'm like, yeah, I can't, I can't do it, but good for you. Like And thank you, Ivana, for the roses. Yes, I'm okay. It's just bizarre. It is. That's really no. It's really bizarre. I'm really glad you're okay. But that's what I mean. Like a little bit of this energy that we're experiencing. Like you couldn't do it again if you tried. Like that's another example of that. You know. I don't want to disappoint, like no freeze, everything energy. I mean, I think there's something to be navigated as it relates to disappointment, which is where what are you what standard are you holding? Are you worried about disappointing yourself or are you worried about disappointing others? Slapping, you've been so helpful to me during an extremely difficult time. Thank you for sharing your gift. I'm so happy to hear that, slapping, and I hope you're doing well and sending you support on any journey you're experiencing. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. It's not playing the violin on the Titanic. I like that. I like that. Thank you. I love that, Addie. 3-point turn. Thank you, Carlin. I call it a K turn. Yes. Hypnotherapists or practitioners can help with that. Oh, good to know as well, Alexandra. And I will point out in our Discord channel, we actually have a section for recommendations. If you have those who you work with that you want to recommend others to. Yes, definitely. I couldn't fall out of the bed if I tried, so I didn't try and I did. Oh my gosh. Again, as long as you're okay. You have the same shirt? Really? That's wild. Cool. Where'd you get it? In white. Oh, that's dope. Yes, regarding dreams, I remember them really well. If I'm scared, extremely happy, or aroused in some sense. Okay, that's interesting. Um, I wonder if you've got like a Venus placement in Cancer or something, because it feels like you're remembering the dreams that exist in the realm of the senses. Interesting. Thank you, Bridget. Really, I've had those dreams. Bean, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I had a dream where I didn't wake up when falling and hit water and saw white light and silence. That's intense. Wow. Wow, I've never been able, and thank you, Bean, for extending your subscription, dear. Wow, I've never been able to see my own self in a dream. Well, that's what I find so fascinating that, like Alexandra just said that, like it's not a big deal, but it makes one ask, like, where's the perceptive eye being? You know, where are they? How are they seeing themselves? Like that, I'm like, I'll read for that. I've also myself. Oh, you've embodied other selves in the dream space. That's wild. Yeah, happy to read for that because that, I mean, there could be a few different reasons that could be happening. I remember my dreams more when I nap. I do too. I am not a heavy sleeper. Like I'm not a heavy sleeper dream rememberer. I'm a short burst rememberer. But I mean, again, that makes a lot of sense with my placements. One time I looked in a medicine cabinet. Oh, that's cool. Nope, I'm not okay. Oh no, I'm dying. Sending you support, dear. Sometimes first person or third point person point of view. Hold on a moment. I do see myself as I am or who as I am or with changes in the mirror. Wow, that's interesting. Oh, I'd love to do dream work with you. It sounds like you have really good dreams to read for. Hi there, Zara. Venus in Gemini. Yeah, I can see that too. I think it was more for me being curious as to where your Cancer placement was. I wasn't looking for where the Venus was. I was looking for the Cancer placement. Yes, the dream with the white light. I woke up slowly and started crying after like 5 minutes. That's wild. That is absolutely wild. All right. I've never seen my reflection, but saw myself. And thank you for subscribing, Daniel, to Tarot Church. I've never seen my reflection, but saw myself face to face, like looking at a stranger. Wow, that's wild. Again, you guys got great dreams. And as I mentioned, so one of the things we do here, if you're interested, we do dream interpretations readings here. So the way we do dream interpretations is if you would like a dream interpreted, rather than having to put it in the comments, you can either send it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you're a subscriber, you can put it in the Discord in the section for the dream, for dream interpretation, or you can email me directly to make it easier. Also, for those, if you have a past life regression that you wanted me to give more information on, you can also send information on the past life via the same methods. That said, we do highest priority messages from spirit here, angelic guidance readings, love readings, life path readings, and the only things we don't read for are pregnancy and medical, and mediumship and pet. A renegade, thank you for the follow. I'm a Cancer midheaven or midheaven. No idea what that means. Only Cancer placement. Interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, again, that would be something I would investigate further if we were doing like a DreamWorks series. All right, my friends, we are going to get started now on personal readings. But if you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Ashley, thank you for getting on the list. You will be the 5th person read for. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, it'll be the 6th person read for. First person we are reading. Oh, hi there, Katira. I love your abilities, always sending confirmation for me in many ways. I'm so glad to hear I'm helping you on your journey, Katira, and thank you for being here and receiving these messages. If there's anyone across any of the other platforms who would like to get on the list for today, you can also do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And also for those who are joining us on the Clock app, we are at 27.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective by means of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. First person we're reading for today is Grace. Grace, thank you for being the first person on the list. You will have an additional card in your reading. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Your cards are already falling out. We'll keep those. They're already out there, nice and positioned. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. I need one more, please. Thank you. Keep that one there. All right. How are my primary gifts helping or not messages I'm receiving? It's hard. I think you've landed upon something, because I keep on getting the message I'm getting on something is that you channel and you're empathic. And those two things can sometimes not play well in the same yard, is what I'm getting. they sometimes don't play well in the same yard because and here's the thing about it. Feelings are feelings, and information is information. And you know, the thing about it is, I keep on seeing, you got to think about a lot of the work that you're doing right now in learn is like, this is why the guides keep saying you're like the reason that something feels so difficult is because you're learning how to parse. Like they're saying that everything they're trying to work you through right now is about parsing. And what's hard about parsing is you have to, it's like you, and again, you have to question where the source is, like it's requiring, I keep on hearing, it's like you have to check your sources. Like when you're working in this phase of like being empathic and also being able to channel, the work becomes having to check your sources. Because if you're feeling anxiety, the question you need to have to yourself is that my anxiety? Is that mine? Like, or is that someone else's? And a lot of that also is saying to me that, it's interesting because, they're also saying, and I'm going to put it this way, and it's funny because every time I read for you, y- y- okay, how, hold on. So there are those who work to strengthen a gift. Okay, there are those who work to strengthen a gift, where there's something that they want to do, and they need to work harder on it. Like a perfect example would be like for me, I am someone who wishes I had an easier connection to the dream space. It's hard for me to bring things back from the dream space. I work a lot on trying to heal, like to work on that in a better way, right? Um, there are some things, and then sometimes when we are so good at something, it's not about getting better at it. It's learning how to energetically control it. You know, it's learning how not to be doing it all the time. Right? Like, it's learning how to like build that healthy energetic shield, right? It's learning how to come into that space where, and again, it's saying to me like, and again, it's interesting too because they're saying that there's a lot of energy that you're doing right now in chariot lessons, which is, the feeling that like that you are controlling, or you are in control of the gift. The gift isn't in control of you, right? And that can be difficult, and it can especially be difficult with those who have a natural gift between channeling and also empathy, right? Because it can feel like it's like the volume is just cranked around you to 11 or 13 at every moment. And so I keep on seeing that, the fact that and I want to point out, like, I feel like the fact that the way that you phrase the question, like you already understand like what the work is, right? It's not so much about getting better at something. It's learning how to be more, like learning how to focus more. Like a lot of the work I keep on seeing that you're working on right now in your path work, or what your guides are helping you with, is like like being able to focus on something and to hold that energetic focus point, right? And I can feel like I can see the fact that that may often be difficult for you because there's a lot of energy around you at all times demanding your attention. But that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of work that I see that can help you with that. I keep on hearing building the ability. I keep on hearing intrinsic intent, right? I know you're going to hate this. Like when you meditate, it's like you build intrinsic intent, right? You can build that space of um, like saying, like setting the intention, saying this is what I'm setting out to do, and then not allowing oneself to be distracted, like as you engage upon that. It can be very hard for you because I see it's like, staying in that place of intrinsic intention can sometimes feel difficult because I keep on seeing that as you do so, it's like you also, like it's like the energy around you is simultaneously trying to like energetically like energetically distract you. You know what I mean? Like it really is about like working on like focus. Bottom of, like I told you, it's like it's hard because I keep on hearing that like you can't you can't necessarily drown something out, right? It's not about when some energy has to work to hear something. Some energy has to work on drowning things out because it's not it's like I see the fact that you're very, when you're highly when you're highly attuned in some way, it just feels like it's like everything is coming at you. Everything is coming at you at once. And so even being able to like work through that in a way and not be bothered by distractions but be informed upon them, right? Like letting, like, again, not necessarily pushing them away, but just letting yourself be further informed to a certain extent. um it can create like that's almost what they're saying. Like it's giving me, like, I need to point this out, like, and this is going to sound a little weird, like, you know it's like when something, Like when something is itching at you and you're like, and all you can think about is the itch, but then like you become the itch. Like you just understand, you get informed by it to the point that you don't get annoyed by it, but you integrate it. Like they're saying that there's a lot of that work that can help for you in relationality to focus, not by means of like, and that's the thing, like you're not gonna succeed in focusing and trying to draw like you're not going to be able to focus by just ignoring something. It's focusing by being informed by it. They're saying don't ignore it, be informed by it. That allows you an ability to move beyond it. Continuing to get clarification. Yeah, right. You got to think about it like feeling things out to a certain extent, right? You know, like it's giving. I keep on getting the message of being like, yeah, I was like, I keep on hearing I was going to go out to check the weather, but it was raining. They're saying that there's something about that that you should think upon when you're feeling annoyed at something that's happening to you as you're trying to meditate. Yeah, I was going to go check. I was going to go outside to check the weather, but it was raining. There's something they're saying it's a koan, which is a koan is a phrase that has a lesson in it. So they're saying that that's a koan for you. I'm going to say it again because you should write it down. I was going to go outside to check the rain. I was going to go outside to check the weather, but it was raining. They want you to kind of think upon that when you're getting annoyed at yourself that something's bothering you as you're trying to do something. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Grace. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Pinks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today is Kimmy. Kimmy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list for today, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Also, when we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We're already at 30.1K. So keep on tapping. We'll get there soon. Also, when you tap the screen, you push this you push this live out to those who have not seen it. So I always deeply appreciate you guys tapping that screen. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, and Dana, thank you for the follow, and thank you, Bean, for resubscribing. Renegade, thank you for the follow as well. All right. Hold on a minute. And thank you, Goldie, for the gift. And Lisa and Allie, thank you for getting on the lists. We've got 5 spots left for today. If anyone else would like to get on the list is open. Oh, buon compleanno, Lisa. Absolutely. Oh, guys, everyone wish Lisa a happy birthday. And Grace, 1,000,000,000%. Grace, I absorb information and feel it, reflect it, learn and reflect back, then decision points. I'm a Libra, tap to claim. Yeah, like a lot of it, right? And when it's telepathic, no, I get it. Thank you as well, Luna, for being here and receiving these messages. Just say it. No, you're welcome. Thank you. Yes, thank you for confirmation, Bridget. Yes, this resonates deeply. Thank you, Yaz. Control, yes. And learning not to let the message from another control you. Important. Tap to claim. Why do I feel like what you're saying is for me? Well, thank you as well, madam, for being here and receiving this message as well. Grace, separating earthly guided messages from the living and from the living and discerning spirit messages. Exactly. Like I keep on seeing there's a lot of work that you're doing right now in parsing. I keep on hearing parsing sources. Like the guys are basically saying trust your don't assume, like trust your sources. like trust your sources. Yeah. Peace, purpose, path. Purpose is the 4-way stop right now. That's beautiful, Grace. I love that. I don't always feel safe energetically, but they're saying even now they're doing work in that space to help you find that strength within, to find that inner peace, right? And I keep remember, like, peace is not found, it's made, right? It's not found, it's made. And Madam, thank you for the follow. The switch flipped hard, October 2022. Sending you so much support on that journey. I literally had to say my hours of operation are closed right now. Come back later. That's a beautiful thing of saying. I totally get that, Bridget. Right? Like now is not the time. like now is not the time. It's a powerful prayer. You know. Hi there. Okay. And again, I just want to point out, like, as I'm talking about, you can't like I'll get distracted by things that like I just want to point out sometimes truth is like the confirmation in the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. And Kimmy, I got you, dear. General reading, please. To whom it may resonate with, but I don't like the rain. That's okay, right? Like that's the thing about it, right? Like it's about the it's about the observation. Like they're saying that there's something important in that. That's why they're calling it a cone, because they're saying that there's like it's a phrase with a lesson within it. Me, please. Madam, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. We've got 5 more spots left today. Just a general. Oh, Madam, hold on a minute. Madam, the next person we're reading for is the person who sent the donation for the reading. So if you sent, I just need to confirm the name that you sent the donation from, and I'll be happy to read for you. And hi there, Star. How are you doing today? Thank you, Juliana, for the follow. It's raining here today. Oh, let that serve as a part of the message too. But try feeling into the different energies. Spirit that is passed on, feel less ethereal. Very good point. Amanda, you can always ask questions here, but if you want a cards pulled, that would require a donation to be sent. And let me just put the offer here before we continue. We're reading for Kimmy now, General. If anyone else would like to get on the list right now, we've got 5 spots left for today, 5 spots left. It's 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, or for the gift of a baby dragon will get you on the list. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you get on the list right now, well, I'm just gonna put here 5 spots left. Spots left, perfect. Also, friends, when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Star Patrick, thank you so much for the follow. It's okay. No, it's totally all right, madam. That's why I was bringing it up. And you're happy to stay here and receive these messages regardless as to whether you want to send the donation or not. I've got a meeting in 15. I'll pop back in after my read. No problem. If you're off, I'll get it next time. Absolutely. No pressure. Thank you, Nikki. I'm glad you're doing better now for being here, Patrick. Welcome. All right. We're going to continue reading right now for Kimmy. One moment. Looks like we're doing a general. All right. Can I get 3 cards for Kimmy General, please? 3 cards for Kimmy General. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. For those who are joining us across the other apps, if you would like to get on the list, you can do so as well via my tree that has links, Binks in it in my Lio. Thank you. I keep on hearing it's a process. It's a process. And why are they saying it's a process? Because you have to give yourself time. You have to give yourself time on something. Just because you feel like something here, you're not always going to feel like this. It's going to change. You know, these are warrior lessons I see that you're going through. And I need to stress this, like when we're going through warrior lessons, like, you know, I've got to hold on, and you've got someone on the other side that's being very that's being very protective of you right now. Um, you know, you everything you need to know about another person is in the context of them prioritizing your feelings. And I need to stress this because they're saying something really important about this. As long as you are doing the work in telling someone how you feel and bringing with those feelings um, their own prescription, as long as you're not giving someone the feelings like with a question mark, as long as you're doing that work, your feelings are not a burden. Your feelings are not a burden here. And I feel like it feels like, I don't know why they're coming through this. And if there's something here where every time you try to communicate to someone how you feel and they walk away, like that is the indication of someone not honoring your feelings, right? Because healthy healthy relationship in any context is not one about disassociation. It should not be someone trying to give you the lesson of saying if you have feelings, all of this stops. If you have feelings, all of this goes away. And sometimes when we're in situations that feel like it's confusing, like like they're saying to me, clarity, the only like the only thing that I'm seeing here, and I keep on seeing a confusing situation, right? A confusing situation will start to fray when feelings enter the equation, right? Because and if there's a situation where something is starting to fray because feelings are entering the equation, it's giving you all the information you need about the fact that it wasn't going anywhere. You know, this is saying to me, like, everything you need to know right now is having a hard conversation. And I keep on hearing too that there, and this is why I keep on seeing, and I keep on feeling like you've got an ancestor like standing over your shoulder to a certain extent that's saying sooner rather than later, right? Like they're literally saying like sooner rather than later, because, and I keep on seeing this. It's like sometimes we have those moments that we're afraid to express how we feel because we feel like we're holding off the inevitable. But that's why, like, we can't do that, you know? Like bad like circumstances don't change unless we give voice to the fact that we're not happy, you know? Like, I keep on hearing, like, sometimes we enter those moments that we feel like we're going to pay it forward, which is like, oh, if I just tolerate this, it'll get better, right? Like, if I just tolerate this, if I just swallow how I feel, then surely this person will remember that, how kind I was. It does that doesn't and you got to this is not me telling you this. This is an ancestor that's saying effectively it never works like that, right? Often those moments that we feel like we're putting up with something and we're saying to ourselves, "Oh, they'll remember that. They'll appreciate me for doing so." All it feels like, it creates that space of another person saying, "Oh, good. They tolerate that. That means I can sometimes push it forward." Right? So I want you to make sure that you're honoring yourself right now. I want you to make sure that you're honoring how you feel. I want to make sure that you're communicating your feelings, because I want you to remember that your feelings are your own form of protection. And if there's someone, if you articulating how you feel move someone further away from you, don't change how you feel. Take the note. That's spiritual protection. Those are those feelings that are protecting you from some situations or circumstances where another person is not in alignment to you. Like, rejection is an illusion, right? When we look at things, when we move in our authenticity, and another person moves away from us, like this is why I've got an ancestor saying that they're trying to protect you there, because they're saying that is not that should not take the lesson with you that you need to change. That should take the lesson of saying that is someone that does not honor and appreciate you. Because I keep on hearing the energetic connection that loves you is someone that loves all of you and someone that appreciates and honors how you feel. And again, that doesn't mean that your feelings are a burden, right? Your feelings are never a burden so long as you're doing that work and communicating how you feel and then bringing your prescription with them. That allows the context by which something can move forward. And if someone is saying that your emotions are ruining something, that's because you have very different manifestation goals from them. And that's why, again, that's not a situation. That's a situation that, like, better to find out sooner than later, because that's not something that changes like in time. That I almost hear that's something that that worsens. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with this emperor energy. I keep on seeing, like, I know that you said that this is a general reading, but there's something really important to have to do with building healthy energetic connections, right? Um, you know, energy, energy that honors the self. We cannot love others unless we love ourselves. If someone feels like they're trying to do the work of like disassociating themselves from their emotions, there's like, if someone won't allow themselves to feel how they feel, they're never going to be in a space of honoring how you feel, because they're going to look at your feelings and be like, yeah, you should get rid of those. I've done that. Look at me, I'm fine. But they're not fine, right? Right? It's like, it's the energy. It's like someone who, like, the solution to feelings is not having them, right? There's often this confusion point on stoicism, that stoicism is just not feeling anything to become stronger. That's not what stoicism is. Stoicism is learning to integrate the self so that you feel the things that you feel and you're not afraid of the emotions, because you know that when they come, they don't have control of you. You have control of them. So if someone's being reactive, right? If someone's saying, well, you shouldn't have got me upset, like that's basically someone that says, I am weak. I don't know how to, like, I'm blaming you because I don't have the strength to feel the things I feel without being energetically reactive. So that's what I keep on saying. You can't fix something with someone unless they recognize that that's where the work needs to be placed. So make sure that someone's not projecting onto you or trying to come into a space of like, trying to tell you that your feelings aren't valid. As like I keep on hearing, the energy that honors you will honor all parts of you, and will also honor the space that there's something that you don't energetically like. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a lot of trauma that you're healing from, and a lot of it is, I feel like it's not working off of another person's opinions of you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kimmy. And if this message, and it almost feels like energy that's like intimidated, right? Like, I don't know why I'm hearing like someone intimidated by the fact that you feel that you care about things, which is kind of bizarre for me to say, but it's coming through. Um, it's not it's not selfish to be compassionate, right? Unless you're not compassionate with yourself. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kimmy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on this app: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you'd like to be on the list right now, we've got 4 spots left for today, 4 spots left. Also, we're at 35.8K likes, and when we get to 50K, you'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right, and thank you as well. Happy day to you as well, Patrick, and thank you, Juliana, for the follow. All right, and thank you as well. It's okay. Absolutely okay, madam. All right. Um, Thanks for the note about Yeshua, Alexandra. Thank you for letting us know. Um, again, I think it's Alexander. You're happy to stay here if you'd like to listen, but please don't come into the live spreading fear or threats. That is not the message that Yeshua was sending in any of their lessons. And I would ask you that to honor them by finding that same bravery and compassion within yourself. And I hope you have a beautiful day. All right. And thank you for sharing the live star. That reminds me of something my therapist always says. People treat us how we allow them to treat us. Tap to claim, Nikki. And I think, again, bearing in mind that I like to articulate that things that happen around the readings are also a part of the reading. So I think that there's something really important about the fact that someone came in a more of a threatening way that I also think is really important about the reading. So when someone else is navigating from a space of fear, the best thing you can do is just put some distance from them. And you can't, unless someone recognizes that they're in a fear mindset, you can have compassion, but you don't need to be present for it. So that's also a part of your reading as well, Kimmy. I wish I knew if everything is going to be right with the guy I'm with and I made the right decision. Um, Amanda, I'm always happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. But again, if you're worrying about it, it probably means that you're doing the thing. Like, if it's something that's hard to do and you're working through it and you're communicating, like focus on those manifestation goals. Make sure that you guys are on the same page. Um, I mean, Simi, I feel like this is something I try to do. I try to do a lot of work to teach. I feel like we all have gifts. I'm very happy to be here and share these gifts with you guys. I do a lot of work in trying to help others find their gifts, both in the space of the classes that I teach and my mentorships. So if you've ever like to work with me more on one-on-one, you can find those. You can find those on my site. And again, I send you support on that journey as well. I had an old boss tell me I had too many feels once. I kind of like that though. Like in the context of work, I like the idea of like someone saying you have too many feels because like they're not saying like, like they're like it's something about the word feels. You know what I mean? Thank you so much. I've been struggling with my friendships and marriage, and this message resonated. Again, I keep on hearing like the message, and again, I keep on seeing the message that's important is, you know, honoring emotions. And I'm also getting here, Kimmy, and this is the thing I keep on hearing, and this is what you have to say to someone. Honoring emotions is not just talking how you feel all the time, right? And that's why I keep on hearing as long as you bring your own prescription, right? As long as you investigate why you feel the things you feel before giving them to another. Because when we don't investigate how we feel and just tell another person our feelings, we burden them with feelings. So make sure that that's something that you yourself are doing and make sure that you're also in the space of doing so. Like, make sure that's reciprocal deeply with both. Thank you as well, Kimmy. Carlin, thank you, Sin. You're the best. Your light shines so steady. I appreciate your wisdom and flow. I do my best, Carolyn. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. You're so welcome, Amanda. I feel my feels so they don't feel me. I like that. Oh, I like that. Bridget, I'm going to tap that there. I feel my feels so they don't feel me. Beautiful. Tap to claim. Hi, Shy. Every time I see someone who does like hi, but with like all those little eyes, I always just picture Stitch going, hi. All right. Next person we're reading for right now is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th person read for. I know. She just like dropped a banger on us. I love that. I feel my feels so they don't feel me. All right. Healing. I've got you. You are 1, 2, 3. You're the third person up, dear. No, wait. Sorry. 1, 2, 3. Fourth person up, dear. Whitney, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. We've got 4 spots left today. 4 spots left. That's not my t-shirt idea. That's yours, Bridget. I'm not going to take your t-shirt idea. That one's yours. You keep that one. I'll be back at 4:30. No problem, Lisa. All right, we're reading right now. We're reading right now for Nikki. Oh, Nikki might not be here, though. Nikki said she might have to step away. I'm looking for Nikki. Second call right now for Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else wants to be on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 person read for. Second call for Nikki. If Nikki is not here yet, Nikki had to step away, Adam. So Ashley's next. Now, Ashley, if you're here, can you respond and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. I appreciate the help, though, Adam. I'm glad that you raised your voice so she could hear, because there's a lot of people in the room. That's good. Oof, I know. It's a good one. Yeah. Oh, I gifted to the collective. Oh, that's so kind of you. I'm a son. I am son, and I am here. I left a note. Oh, great. Wait, your son? Son, I'm sorry, honey. Could you let me know where you sent the donation, dear? I'm gonna read the list right now. Let me know if I call your name. I've got Nikki, Ava, Ashley, Lisa, Allie, and Danae. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I saw son. I didn't. Okay. I was like, oh no, I missed somebody. Okay, beautiful. Sorry about that. Okay, great. Thank you for confirming. Oh no problem. We're good. Hi there, Amber. Good to see you today. All right. Feeling very emotional today. It doesn't rain anymore. Nothing feels natural. I mean, just listen, Adam, I'm going to tell you right now, we're coming out of these eclipses is sometimes we're seeing in them, right? It's like an emotional, spiritual, like hangover energy. I want you drinking a lot of water right now. I want you resting. I want you to remember, like, just give things some time. Like, if you're feeling low energetically, this is going to pass. Again, it's a lot of energy in Aries. It feels like dry energy, right? Like the rains will come again. Okay. All right. All right. Where are we? Reading for Ashley now. Looking right now. Hold on a minute. Did I miss your question? Oh, you left a note. Thank you for confirming, dear. I'll check the note now. One moment as I check the note. And just a reminder to anyone joining us today, we're at 37.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Okay. Adam, thank you for those beautiful gifts. Okay. You're welcome. Oh, so much rain here, but I want to stay in bed and I can't. We need a rain distribution process. Okay, listen, Amber, I need you to think about pushing some of that rain to Adam, okay? Adam, I want you to think about receiving some of Amber's rain. We're gonna balance this all out, okay? All right. There we go. Oh, where'd you send the donation, Ashley? I just need to hold on. I gotta check the other place. 1 minute. I looked in the wrong place. Hold on a minute. Water me, please. Oh, Adam's a plant. He needs water. Thank you for letting me know, dear. I got you. One moment. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. All right. Thank you. There we go. That's better. And just a reminder to anyone joining us, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up as a pod over on my sub and over on my Substack and over on my spot at Tarot Church. Next thing I'm going to ask you, Undying, is do I have permission to read this out loud, or would you prefer I keep it personal? I do. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so reading, dream reading. My dreams have been really active lately. You read for me recently about me and Freddie being in separation. My dreams have been very active lately as well, centering around this. I prayed for a lot of guidance, clarity, and help. They've been very clear and direct. All of them center around him, and he's been reconnecting with me. Life will be going on in different ways, as it is for me now. I'm in uni and it's getting intense, research classes and everything. And he's come through, reaching out again to embrace me. There are 3 dreams that have happened so far. I'd like the highest priority message to come through. This is what I've been called to get a reading about. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much for giving me that very thorough explanation of what we're seeing. So it sounds to me trying to understand why there's so much activity in the dream space in relationality to this energetic connection right now, correct? Can I please get 3 cards for Undying in relationality to the circumstances? What's going on there? Yeah, I mean, these are karmic dreams. And so, the best way I can describe what I'm seeing here is I mean, this isn't the first time you've known this energy, is the first thing that's coming through. This isn't your first time around together. But the thing is, you're still working on a lot of the same issues that you were working upon last time. Like I'm just seeing like, um, and I need to stress this. So the thing, and the thing with karma is, and I like to point this out, karma is not like something that like gets on our clothes. It's like working through a lesson. It's like understanding the personal obstacles within us that prevent us from being able to move towards what's for us, right? And you know, I keep on seeing someone needs to get over their fear of making bad decisions, is what keeps on coming through. There are no bad decisions. You know what I mean? I keep on, here's the thing about it. Like, that's why this is what their guide's trying to say. There are no bad decisions, right? So long as we do something like that, like, that's why we say, follow your heart, because there are no bad decisions, right? Because, and what does that mean? Effectively, like, when we follow our heart, there are no bad decisions because we're moving with intention, right? The purity of the heart space is such that we embrace what we find there. You know what I mean? Like, literally, like, I have to say it again. The purity of a decision from the heart is that it's non-conditional. We embrace what we find there. You know, we don't worry so much about the conditions. We don't worry so much about the circumstances, and we recognize that there's never an ideal moment to make a big decision. Often the only context by which we make a big decision is when we feel ready to take that leap. That's why that's why we say, people often misunderstand this, but we say, when you feel ready to take the leap, is the leap into the unknown. It's doing something that you've never done before, and often feeling scared, like terrified as you do so. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but it's working in the context of embracing the anxiety that it takes to make a big decision. And I see this energy that like navigates everything with like this perpetual state of trepidation. It's giving me like, it's funny because like as I was about to start reading for this, I started hearing the hokey pokey. And what's the thing with the hokey pokey? Like you put your left foot in, you put your left foot out, you put your left foot in, and then you circle all about. And the whole thing about the hokey pokey is it doesn't go anywhere, right? Like the whole thing about the reason that the hokey pokey is coming through is that when we scare ourselves out of decisions, we go back around again, we do it again, right? Like that's the whole thing about it. Like we it's like you just you go through a cycle where you try something and then you get scared and then you pull yourself back out again and then you spin around and then you do it again. And it feels to me like there's something about this that this energy is like attracted to you, but they're terrified of you. You know what I mean? They're attracted to you, but then they see your future, and again, they see the future in your eyes, and then they go run scared. You know, and the thing about it is your guides are kind of saying in this dream space, like I feel like they're trying to show you something in the dream space that's saying that's on them. Like that's a them problem. That's not a you problem. Like as long as if you're doing the work to try to say to someone, like, this is what I want from you, and they're not ready to like make a big decision, it's not your job to wait around for them to do so. It's like it's giving me a little like it's like, you know, take the pot or get off the pot. It's like you have to make it just like you can't, it's feeling like energy that's like just checking to see that you're there, and I keep on hearing this isn't this isn't a check situation. It's like it's the an energy that is able to amplify and articulate like what those plans are. So I keep on seeing that, like, and for your sake, because again, this is I see that there's mutual work that needs to happen here. um I feel like there's something about this that has to do, and I keep on seeing that patience, patience. I'm the reason that I'm saying this to you, and because I feel like there's some like patience, like a healthy relationship, like inhabits a space of patience and progress, right? It's not the fact that we aren't patient in healthy relationship, and I see it even now. Like I see someone that's changing. I do see a situation here where someone is recognizing the need to change, right? And I keep on hearing like the guides are basically saying for your like the reason I keep on getting, and I would be very curious, like this is actually a dream, like there would be a lot of work to be done here in terms of assessing what's happening in the dream space, because I keep on seeing that the guides are trying to bring forth different scenarios to try to contextualize what is happening karmically between you and them. Like I keep on seeing that there's the reason that you're having so many dreams right now is because I keep on hearing the guides are saying you're walking on delicate ground with someone, right? Like there's something to be navigated between finding that space of like, and I keep on saying it's like the reason they're saying it's delicate is because it's finding that space between another person recognizing, like identifying what they have to do versus finding the fortitude to do it, right? And so they're actually saying like pay a lot of attention to the dream space, because everything that they're bringing forth to you in the dream space is giving you different ways to help you see something in order to see the connection between you and them in order to contextualize what is happening in the terrestrial in a better way. Like it says to me, like they're trying to give you different perspectives on a situation. But more than anything, they're saying like you are the calibration point. It's up to you to be able to decide if that feels like something. I keep on hearing like the energy that like make sure like, and they're saying that they're showing something to you to help you recognize the difference between someone that is stumbling upwards or like stumbling upwards or backing out of things. Like there's something about the dream space to help, because I keep on seeing like everything, like there's something very, everything hinges on someone's decisions right now, and being able to put actions to words that'll help you understand if this is a situation where they're stumbling upwards, they're trying to do something that they haven't done before, and they're just a little clumsy in doing it, or if this is someone that is like falling back into some kind of pattern that was creating a limitation point in a past experience. Bottom of the deck, yeah, it's like I said, it's like it's very like that's the thing about it. Like I can see here. I don't know if this is something that you guys have gone through a few times before. I keep on hearing like everything hinges on some kind of decision, or being able to like honor, like being able to be consistent in a choice. And it's actually saying to me like the everything hinges on them being able to be consistent in a choice. Like that's actually like they're actually like it's a little like that's actually the work of it. It's not that this energy doesn't make decisions, but they're always talking themselves out of the decisions they make. So they're saying that there's something about that that's like, again, you know, that's why they're saying like compassionate, but only like, but to a limit. Like they're saying like your compassion has to be limited in recognizing, I keep on hearing a pattern of inconsistency, a pattern of inconsistency is its own type of problem. And what happens is like when we've tried to build with someone who has a pattern of inconsistency, we stop being able to trust, right? Because it's not the fact that in moments someone is completely authentic about what they say, but we are also very confident of the fact that in 5 minutes they're going to be saying something completely different. So I feel like there's something about this that you have to kind of bring forth the conversation and saying to someone that when we are not consistent in terms of holding the vibration of how we feel, we lose, it creates a space where it's hard to trust another person, because it's not that we believe that they're lying. It's not that they're lying. We just don't trust they're going to feel like that in 5 minutes. Right? Like it's learning how to hold a note, right? When we build consistency with another, it's not just the fact that we make a decision, but we hold firm in that decision, that is where the trust exists. So they're saying that there's something about the context of the dreams that's trying to bring that to your attention. I hope that helps, Undying, and thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for, still looking for Nikki. If Nikki's not here, we'll be reading for Lisa. We've got 4 more spots for today. 4 more spots. If you would like to get on the list is open. Also, we are at 41.7K likes. When we get to 50K, we will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, if you are your ability to tap the screen shares the live to the app itself. So I always appreciate when you guys are tapping that screen. Thank you. Next person on the list, if Nikki isn't back, I've got Nikki or Lisa. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. We're not doing 1 cards yet, Rainbow, but good to see you. We'll get there soon. All right, just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Adam, water me, please, guys. Send water to Adam. All right. There is a rain distribution. There is a rain distribution system they call clouds. Be careful what you wish for. Tap to claim, Amber. You do. Thank you, Undying, for confirmation on the reading. Thank you for confirmation. That's him. I'm also hesitant to reach out, even though I can. I want to reconnect romantically, but it feels too soon. I mean, I keep on also getting a message there. Like, here's the thing, Undying. I mean, I feel like I see some kind of situation where you were pretty clear as to what it is that you expected from another. You know, like like that's what I keep on seeing. Like it feels like I keep on hearing something like I couldn't be clearer. You know, like if you were giving like I keep on hearing clarity needs clarity. Like if you said to someone like, "Look, I'm available for something, but this is what it needs," and they moved away from that, like that has more to like I told you has more to do with the context of them like going back and forth and trying to figure out what it is that they want. You know, Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Am I after Nikki on the list? Sorry, I got a call when you called out the list. It's okay, Ava. Um, so yeah, I can do your two card. Um, I can do your two card afterwards. Like we can do it after Lisa's reading. So and okay, and absolutely. So and again, I want to point out. So one thing I wanted to point out with the two cards is whenever we do the two cards, so the additional card comes with the subscriber reading. So the subscriber reading, I'm always happy to do the two card, but remember that is the subscriber reading. Okay. All right. It hinges on his definitely. I see. Yes. We went through it before in September and October. Thank you for confirming. Yes, he does. He talks himself out of it because he feels undeserving. And that's the thing about, but here's the thing again, like that in itself, like we talk a lot about that. We've been talking a lot about this, Undying. Like, woe is me is the same as woe is you. Like the energy that says, I don't deserve this, like that, it's like you can. There's nothing stopping you from being able to deserve it. You're making the choices, right? Like, don't, like, they have to stop perpetuating the space of helplessness. They need to step into their existence, right? So make sure that, like, make sure someone is navigating that with a sense of bravery. They're not just backing out of things and saying, I can't do it, because that in itself is them saying, I refuse to change, you know? And thank you for sharing the live, Dada. Sophia, thank you for sharing the live as well. Creative. Yes, dear, I've got you on the list after Allie. All right. No worries. Absolutely, Ava. Okay, cool. Thank you for confirming. Thank you. Hold on a minute. Yes, I didn't know about the two cards. No, it's okay, Bridget. That's true. When he self-pities, it affects me too. Well, I need to point out, this when someone comes into the space of saying, like, when someone said, we've been talking a lot about this, Undying, when someone says, like, I'm sorry you have to put up with me, that is someone literally saying, I refuse to change, right? It's the same thing. When, like, it's someone saying, like, I'm telling you that I'm not going to change. This is what you can expect. So make sure that you're paying attention to that if they're saying things like, I'm sorry you have to put up with this, or I'm the worst. They don't have to be, right? It's like it's like it's just coming into the context of saying it's okay, but also like hold the energetic standard. You know, that's what I meant about like that in and out kind of thing that I was seeing. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. I see that it's a choice. Exactly. Tap to claim, dear. All right. And again, and that's the difference of someone saying like, and that's why they were saying in the reading, I recognize the need to change. I'm working on it, right? That's why they said, pay attention to, like, again, pay attention to the energy that says, again, the apology for the self that says, I'm actively working to improve something and it shows, versus someone saying, I'm sorry, I'm always like this. Like, I'm sorry you have to put up with this, but I'm not doing anything about it. That's why they said that's why they said, like, pay attention to what kind of ground that is. Thank you for confirming. All right. Next person on the list right now is Lisa. And we're at 43.3K likes, 4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Lisa, did you put your question up? Did I miss it? I'm also still looking for Nikki. Nikki or Lisa. Hi, Carmen. How are you doing today? All right. And Addie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the live as well. Amber, are you on the list? Are you? Hi there. And thank you for sharing the live, Star Patrick. All right, second call right now for Lee. So I'm going to tell you guys the list right now. I've got Ava, I've got Lisa, Ava, Allie, and Danae, and we've got 4 more spots left. So if you want to get on the list, you can get on the list. The next person, if Nikki and Lisa aren't in the room right now, it's all right. I know. I assumed that you might have thought that we were doing sub readings. Everybody thinks we're doing sub readings yet. Wait, just be patient. All right. Ava, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And we're at 45K, friends. When we get to 50K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. And thank you for anyone who is following us across the other platforms. If you would like to get on the list as well, all you need to do is send a donation payment and you'll be added to the list as well. All right. I got you, Ava. Thank you, Patrick. I wanted to know if I have a past life connection to Romeo. Just curious. Okay, 1 minute. Can I get 2 cards, please? This feels like new energy. This feels like you've overcome a karmic cycle, so you've got something new coming in. You know, I need to point this out. Sometimes new energy can't come in until we come into the point of closing a karmic cycle. So this feels like new energy, right? This feels like some kind of breakthrough here. Bottom of the deck. Okay, wait. Hold on. Okay, this is what I'm getting. Hold on a minute. All right, wait. Like I gotta do a K turn on this. Hold on. Funny about that. They're like, hold on. Oh, they're like, okay, listen. Okay, so wait, hold on. So what I'm getting is that you've been going through a karmic cycle with someone across a few different lives, and you finally overcome it. So this is not this. I'm hearing it's new old energy. It's new old energy because it is someone that you did have a connection with, but long ago, before whatever that other thing was, like whatever, like before, whatever that energetic cycle was that you were working through. So there is something here that feels like I keep on hearing it's new old energy, which would say to me that you've closed an unhealed karmic cycle that got between you and another energetic connection that's allowing something to come together. So it's like it's new, but it's also like it's older. That's very interesting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Sorry, I like the fact that I had to back up when I saw the bottom. That's a vibrant right now. All right, thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. All right, next person on the list. I'm still looking right now for Nikki, Lisa. If Nikki and Lisa aren't here, the next person on the list right now is Allie. Allie. Oh, and thank you for confirmation on that, Ava. Next person on the list right now, Allie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. We've got 4 spots left for today, 4 spots left. Hi, dear. Can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific? And thank you so much for renewing your subscription. Also, guys, we are at 47.4K likes. We are so close to 50K. Thank you for tapping the screen. Thank you for sharing the live out as you tap. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Miranda. How are you doing today? Oh, we found Lisa. Lisa's back. Okay, hold on. Okay, Bean, hold your question. We're doing Lisa first. Okay. Can I have reading for Lisa? And again, thank you, Lisa. You're going to get additional cards considering it's your birthday. Um, can I have a reading for my guides for this upcoming year since it's, yep, absolutely. Can I please get, yep, can I please get 5 cards, please, for Lisa? Highest priority messages from Spirit about this year. One more, please. Oh, got extra cards here. Woo! I like those extra cards. I mean, I keep on hearing like what a difference a year makes, you know? Like I keep on seeing, I feel like there's something that says to me, I feel like there's something about this, um, like the arrival of some kind of manifestation goal in your life. And I keep on seeing like it's required a lot of, you know, the commitment to the self that pays off in multitudes, you know? Um, and I keep on seeing like a lot of that, and I keep on seeing like, you know, like a lot of that work in terms of a manifestation goal has to do with, I keep on seeing like building into like a context of consistency. And, you know, I feel like the biggest challenge of this year is actually going to be in in the pathwork of your own healing. Um, because and I need to point this out. Like this is the issue that occurs as it relates to trauma. You know, sometimes when things sometimes we don't heal from trauma when things are bad. We only start beginning to heal from trauma when we're in a space that we feel safe to do so, right? And I keep seeing that a lot of the work that's being navigated this year for you, it has to do, um, in the space of, I keep on seeing like healing intimacy wounds, you know, healing some kind of circumstances or situations wherein like you were blaming yourself, or you were like trying to overcorrect for another person's, like, you know. And I need to point this, and I need to stress it like this, you know, there are moments that what we go through where another person tells us that we're asking for too much, and we're asking for too much, and we feel like we're getting it drilled into our head that we're awful and selfish because we ask for things and another person, is telling us that we're demanding in the context of asking for them. And that, in a way, sometimes is easier because it's easier to navigate a situation and say to oneself, oh, you know, I just got to get better. I got to stop asking. Right. And then we have those moments that we move into something, and, you know, we almost apologize as we ask for something reasonable. And another person says, you know, you don't need to apologize for asking for something. And it's in that moment, I keep on getting, it's in that moment that we suddenly realize like the pain, the trauma of being given something meager, and then like wounded in asking for what another would consider the bare minimum. And I keep seeing it, it feels to me like that's the type of healing I feel like you're going to have to go through this year, right? Those moments that you suddenly don't even like, you didn't, I can't, like, I keep on seeing you say, like, I didn't even realize I had to heal from that, right? And I feel like as you're navigating those spaces, like, have compassion for yourself, have patience, um, like, find healthy places to be able to, like, release through it, because everything I keep on seeing to a certain extent, um, like, I just keep on identifying here is I keep on hearing, like, you're gonna it's gonna be like you're gonna be healing this year, but you're gonna be healing this year from the fallacy of feeling like you are asking for too much when you are asking for the bare minimum. And so I keep on seeing, like, sometimes when we're healing from journeys of that in that way, um, it's like letting out, like it's like finding a place to like communicate that, or finding a way to articulate that. It can be liberating, but it's also like it's heavy, it's hard, it hurts, right? It's like I keep on hearing, it's like, and I think that I keep on hearing, like, you laugh because you can like, or you laugh because if you don't laugh you'll scream, like it's that kind of energy, you know what I mean? Like, you laugh through it because if not you would scream, like, and I feel like that's what I almost see is happening right now, like a lot of those moments that feel clarifying but also feel like infuriating. Bottom of the deck, yeah, like again, I feel like it's going to be like a lot of reorientation as it relates to how you perceive the past, right? And I want you to be gentle with yourself as you do so. Again, remember, hindsight is 2020 because hindsight's faulty. We only arrive into understanding, like, when we're in a context that we can see something. So I want you to be gentle with yourself as you navigate that. And you know what I'm going to say, most importantly, don't get triggered. Don't get triggered. Remember, like, working to release bitterness, working to like allow that to be the amplification point. I keep on seeing, let it fortify you, not frustrate you. Happy to show you these cards because they're beautiful. I've got here the Knight of Pentacles, but then these are the two cards that came up together. This was a card that was underneath this, right? So this is you, and this is supportive energy standing with you. Um, there's the three. This is the three of swords and its reversal with the Queen of Cups in its reversal. And this is the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. And then we've got here like the Seven of Swords in its reversal. So thank you again for having that reading with me. And thank you. And again, wishing you the happiest of birthdays. All right, next person we're reading for today. I'm still looking for Nikki. If Nikki's not here, the next person on the list is Allie. Thank you so much, Bean, for your patience. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to be on the list right now, we've got 4 spots left for today, 4 spots left. We're also, we got 50K. Wonderful. Okay, great. So once we do Bean's reading, I'm going to do the 50K giveaway as well. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was giving that reading. I'm going to need to claim your reading, Lisa. I love that. Tap to claim. It's a beautiful reading. Thanks for saving that. You're welcome, Nancy. And thank you for the follow. Whitney, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. This is a beautiful read and it's so spot on. Thank you. I'm definitely in a safe space. I'm so happy to hear that, Lisa. Oh my God, you must be talking about me. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Nancy. Processing now, and that's going to be a fun challenge. Continue. I want you to say that. That's a good way. Say you're processing, right? You're processing a change in perception. You're processing a change in perception. Like that. Let that be your mantra. I am processing a change in perception. Focusing on relationship, unaware of significant others' intentions with my energy. What does Spirit think? Okay, thank you. Can I please have, and thank you for so much for resubscribing. Can I please get 4 cards? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please, for Bean. Highest priority messages from Spirit. And we've got 2 there, 2 more, please, and 1 more. Oh, got more than 2. We're going to read all of them because that's what we do. Okay. I see like you and another person. Like I see you and another person that are like so close here, you know? Like there's so like it's like you know like but I think that a lot of it here too is like I have to stress this. Like it feels a lot like the thing about it is like there's mutual work to be done is what I'm identifying here. Like heavy Libra work here is what I see. Um and I need to point this out. It feels like you and another person have like a lot like whoever this is, you guys carry the same trauma, right? And the thing is when we carry the same trauma as our like significant, it's really important that we're doing the work because if not, like like you just it's like when you like you trigger the other and then like you do the same exact thing and then it's like it's a lot of that is what I keep on seeing. But like it's saying to me, and again, this is much like we've been talking about, a lot of it has to do like the first thing I'm going to say is the manifestation goal is the manifestation goal is the manifestation goal. Like make sure that there's absolute clarity and relationality to what you and they want, right? Because like you keep on like you keep on saying like they're very it's like there's a lot of proximity here. But the thing about it is I keep on seeing you and this other energy like you trigger each other, right? So I'm identifying that the challenge or hurdle here in this energetic connection is I'm going to tell you the work I see on your part and the work I see on their part. On your part, it's having to work through the abandonment wounds, right? Like there's something to do with not like working through some kind of energetic feeling of abandonment and like I keep on seeing, remembering that, it's easy like working in the context of understanding that like being able and I keep on seeing being able to stand clear within something that feels like it energetically triggers you like having the ability to explain something um but not in a way I keep on saying but not in a way like in a way that feels like it is productive like in a way that feels like it creates like positive energy as opposed to reactive. um and I see this other person and here's the thing about it like the I see the other energy connected to something has to understand and work through the context of recognizing that truth is not a gift. Like we talk a lot about this here, okay? That I keep on hearing someone being like I was just being honest and it's like it's not about being honest, it's about being compassionate with our honesty. Because and when we talk a lot like the way we with the like, and I'm sure you've heard me say this, but we look at truth here like hot water, right? And again, it's not enough to say to another person I was just being honest, because the thing is if truth is like hot water, then it's all about how one delivers truth that articulates whether it is helpful or whether it scalds us, right? So remembering that like when we're trying to bring someone into understanding something, we don't we move, and again, especially if it's something that we recognize might be difficult, we guide them into it. We talk them through it. We don't throw the truth. We don't throw the truth at them like hot water, because the same water, and this is what we talk about, the same water that we can guide ourselves in, the same water that we can move into, and it feels calming, it feels restorational, can like will create like a burn if it's a shock to the system, right? So it's not about being honest. Honesty isn't enough of a reason to say something. It's about being honest and being kind in the delivery. It's the intention behind the honesty. And I keep on seeing here, like, I feel like there's almost some kind of situation where someone has this tendency of being honest and it feels like some kind of slap in the face. But then I see you reacting in a way that like you try to make them feel like that. it's like I almost feel like it's like creating some kind of energetic cat fight between you and another person. So again, it's recognizing when I see an energetic connection like this, it's there's challenges here, right? Like it's challenging, but it's still possible. But there has to be the only way an energetic connection like this works is if there's mutual accountability in relationality to where the work is. So I feel like on your part, it's having to understand that an energy like this, like you have to guide them through understanding how to navigate articulating through hard truths in a way that doesn't feel like it's painful, but building into a context of what feels like it is helpful, right? What feels like it's restorative instead of overly critical. Um, at the same time, I see that this is like, you know, having to like again not get reactive in those moments that it occurs and trying to allow it to be like like a moment of like patience. But and that's what I mean. Like you're like what to do with the energy. Everything they keep on saying, if you're giving someone that patience, everything is will come into understanding as it relates to them understanding that it's mutual work. Like that's the thing about it. And they're saying that if this is a situation of someone like coming into a context of trying to say, like again, paying attention to someone saying, I'm sorry, I'm like this. It's not about being sorry about being like something. It's recognizing where the work is, right? Taking accountability. So they're saying that if you're taking accountability, if you're keeping your side of the street clean, if you're doing that work on the self, it's not too much to ask them to do the same. So make sure that you're doing that. Make sure that you're having productive conversation that way, and don't let yourself get triggered, right? And again, I keep on seeing like everything you need. Like I feel like again, everything you need to know has to do with like not just the fact about whether like what someone's bringing towards you, but them articulating what it is that they're going to do to be able to improve a connection going forward. Bottom of the deck on this reading, I keep on hearing, is this someone who's like, remember, like, be wary? Like, again, I keep on hearing, like, I don't know why this is coming through. I don't know if this was an issue between you and them. A lie of omission is still a lie. It's not enough to ask forgiveness instead of asking for permission, right? There's something about like I don't know if this part like it's like there has to be clarity. Like healthy partnership is one where we don't need to ask permission from things, but we do so because clarity is what allows us to feel comfort, you know? Like I keep on hearing clarity is an honor we give one another, right? It's not, it's not, it's not asking permission. It's it's giving someone a heads up. Like I keep on hearing like giving someone a heads up is making it easier for them. It's giving them a leg up. So I keep on seeing like if this is an energy that says like has some issue because it feels like, that they're not in a space of keeping someone up to date. Like I keep on seeing like that in itself needs to be navigated in some way. Because I keep on hearing like correcting from some space of some kind of I don't know if this is you or them, but a situation of asking for apology, like asking for apology instead of asking for permission, right, is convenient. And that's why we build into the context of clarity because like it's almost that space of not feeling like we have to figure out what another person is doing. So thank you so much, Bean, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being Samilayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today, I'm still looking for Nikki. I'm also looking for Danae. Nikki or Danae, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We've also got 4 more spots left today. If anybody else would like to get on the list, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Actually, and pause. Well, let's see if Nikki and Danae are here first before I do the 50K. And just bear with me a moment as I read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Makes me excited. Thank you as well. Feels the feels so they don't feel you. I still love that. I love that, Bridget. Bean, I get that. I love him and we're really close, but something just feels off. I was wondering what specifically I needed to focus on, so this is super helpful. We did have a moment discussing a break, and I was very calm about it. I think we both recognize this. You're so welcome, dear. And like I said, like like clarity. Like I keep on hearing the word clarity. Like clarity between you is a lot. Like the clarity will like the openness and clarity will tell you if there's progress. Is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much again for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Patrick, it's 28 for non-subscribers. So if you become a subscriber, it becomes 22, and you get an additional card in the reading. And you also get a free card every day. Hi there, creative. Is it likely I'm going to get promoted? I just want some insight on career future. I got you, dear. All right. And before we get started on your reading, creative, what I'm going to do is I'm going to gift away the giveaway reading. So we got to our 50K. Thank you guys so much. I am going to think of a number right now between 1 and 49. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order that you guys don't see them. Nope, 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 no, 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 no. Wait, unwell. Congratulations. And we will do that again when we get to 50K. Thank you guys so much. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots left for today before we close the list. 4 spots left. All right. Thank you guys so much. That took a minute. All right. Hold on a minute. Hi there. Okay. Kind of new, just trying to figure out. No, I totally get it. So star if you want to send the donation, you can go over to my tree that has links in it in my bio. There is actually there should be, you'll see the links there to be able to donate. We also put it in the comments, the places that you can send the donation. All right. And it looks to me like we're doing a career reading right now for Danae. Career reading right now for Danae. Just looking for it. Likely to get promoted. All right, can I get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. I mean, as it relates to a promotion right now, Danae, I feel like there's something that you have to do to make yourself stand out from the crowd. Everything I kind of see here, like this is like, I keep on hearing, I don't know why I keep on hearing there's like a big pool, right? Like I just see some kind of situation where it's like there's I don't know if there's like a lot of competition for something here. But like I keep on seeing like taking the initiative or starting some kind of initiative is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing something like spearheading an initiative might do something to help you stand out more, is what I keep on hearing, you know? Um, because, I feel like the only, I'm not sure why I'm hearing the term history of leadership. or looking at something in such a way of being able to recognize and identify what it is that you're seeking. So I would definitely say, and I almost hear like there's something about this, like talking to someone about this is going to be helpful right now, because I see, here's the thing about it. I see something coming towards you, but it's coming towards you in time, right? And there's something about being able to articulate to another that reaching reaching a particular benchmark is your desire, or is your goal that gets that process started. You know what I mean? Like, what's interesting about it is they're actually saying to me that, like it's almost like requiring, it's almost requiring you to it's almost requiring you to like raise your hand. It's almost requiring you to kind of like articulate to another, that this is something that you would be invested in. And I keep on hearing invested in building towards, or investing in learning how to do, because I keep on hearing it's not something I keep on hearing it's not something that is picked, it's something that is chosen, is what I keep on hearing. And when something is, and the reason I keep on hearing this is because the reason I'm hearing chosen, not picked, is because like picked is like looking at something and being like, oh, I think that one looks like, I think that person looks best. But chosen means it requires you to choose yourself first for it. You know what I mean? Like it requires you to kind of throw your hat into the ring before you're considered for something. So I keep on seeing, make sure that you're having these conversations. They're saying the way you start this is by clearing your throat chakra. You start talking to another, you start telling them that this is your intention. Because the more I keep on seeing, the more that you articulate this, the more that you start saying this, they're saying the more it's going to become a reality, because others are going to see that desire within you. Others are going to see that like determination point. And so it feels to me like that'll get you on the path work. Um, and they're saying, have that conversation with more than one person, you know? Like they're saying, share that, share that, like I keep on hearing, share that dream around, is what I keep on hearing. You know what I mean? Like don't keep it don't keep it internal. Like, like it almost feels like you have to like do a little bit of work and like, promoting yourself for it. Like they're saying, they're actually saying it's not you getting promoted, it's you promoting yourself for it. That is the challenge. And so the first step that you get in getting it is starting to do that work. Bottom of the deck, yeah, say it from your chest. Say, like I keep on hearing, you get into alignment with this by going to another and saying, I'm ready. I think I'm ready. And I feel like someone's gonna be like, you're not ready. And then being like, okay, well, what do I need to do to be ready? Like, you know what I mean? Like like I keep on hearing, it's not a choice. Like that's why I keep on hearing, it's not something you're picked for, you're chosen, because it's in the space of airing the voice, that you start to do the work in terms of understanding and learning what you need in order to do something. So thank you so much. And I keep on hearing too, like there's something about potentially asking to shadow someone, like being able to do something where you can learn more about them. Like this almost might speak towards like building into a context of trying to like build a relationship with someone and saying like, I aspire to do what you do one day. I would love to learn more from you. And I keep on saying like something about building a relationship in that nature will also help you further in that pathwork of advancement. Thank you so much, Danae, for having that reading with me. And if this message also connected to you, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are two things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is, I'm still looking for a Nikki. Nikki or Unwell. Let me know if you're here. And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. All right. Hold on. And if you missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over my spot and over on my Substack. There is a lot of competition. Thank you for confirming today. Thank you for confirming. Okay. Hold on a minute. Elizabeth, thank you for the follow. I haven't really thrown my hat into the ring. Maybe I should start talking. No, they're saying even now, they're saying it's a process. And so they're saying if it's a process, it's something that you need to you need to start articulating in order to be considered for something. I love reading. Absolutely. Happy to do so. Can I please get 3 cards, please? Woo! You don't want to stay in the deck today. Can I get 2 more cards, please, for Unwell? Love reading. Highest party messages from Spirit, please. So I feel like there's something really important that's occurring right now, specifically and particularly in relationality to as it relates to a relationship here. And I keep on seeing there's a guide around you that says the thing to focus on right now is, as it relates to love, is prioritizing the energy that prioritizes you to a certain extent. You know? And I keep on identifying that there's something here that, you know, it's interesting because I see some kind of, is there a distance between you and another person? It's interesting because I'm getting something around this that almost feels like a logistical issue. You know, I'm seeing something here that, whatever this is that I'm identifying, I keep on hearing something about making sure that you're taking something aspirational and moving it into the realm of the practical. Because I'm just identifying here that there's a lot to be said. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to I'm trying to read into what I'm seeing here because I'm gonna hold on. There's a lot coming through, and I'm just trying to work out the best way to work through it feels like there's a complicated relationship between you and another person. I just keep on seeing this. That's the thing about it. There's a complication here. There's something that needs to be addressed. You know? And the thing about it, and I need to describe this, when I'm seeing a circumstance like this, I feel like the best that you can do is, and I keep on seeing, be energetically, I keep on hearing, be energetically courteous and courteous as it relates to what it is that you hope to create with another, and what you can do, what and if you can do something to fix whatever I see here, that has caused some kind of friction, because it feels like there's a trust wound here. It feels like there's something here. I don't know if there's something about trust that was lost between you and another person. Um, but this is often what we talk like this. I gotta describe this. Um, you know, the best way I can just I like to point out, trust is like paper. Okay, like, and the thing when the thing is, when we feel like when the reason I like to describe trust being like paper is because if I've got paper, right, and I crumble that paper up, you know, and then I try to smooth it back out again. I can do my best. I can do everything I can to smooth out the paper. But ultimately, and this is the thing with trust, like, there's no way, even in the best of circumstances, to heal a trust wound. It requires another person understanding that they have to carry that wound going forward, right? There's no removing it. You know what I mean? So if this is a situation where you feel like there's already been some kind of trust wound between you and another, or they're carrying a trust wound, the best thing you can do is bring forth to another the gift of your own self awareness, right? And so the way you do that is, again, you know, finding those places and articulating to another like what you would like to create with them, right? You state your intention, and then you and then again, and then you're okay with whatever it is that they like. And this is the thing about it. And then say, but in the context that you desire that as well, right? Because everything I keep seeing here, and I got to stress this, if this is something that you've already said to another, if you've already communicated that, um like, remember that you've given them that map, you've given them that flashlight. you know it doesn't require you to repeat yourself. Like, I keep on hearing the reason that they're saying be intentional but be courteous is because when we're courteous, we only ask once, right? When we're courteous, we articulate we articulate what our intentions are, and we state that, and then we're mindful as to how another person receives it, and we're courteous with their answer. We're respectful of how they respond to us. So whatever this is, the guides are saying, be intentional and courteous, because something about you being intentional and courteous exists in the space of, again, even if that someone says no, you can always say, okay, if you ever change your mind, let me know. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I mean. Like, that's what I keep on hearing as it relates to, like, saying, like, being courteous as it relates to how another person feels, right? We're respective and we honor the space that they exist. And then we say, if that decision ever changes, you know where to energetically find me. You know what I mean? Like, and they're saying even now, like that's how you can handle or navigate like some point of delicacy. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like I keep on hearing, like, and again, when we're courteous, like, we ask once, we don't ask again, right? We offer, we extend that, we hold some in a space, we honor another. Like, when we say courteous, we don't just honor our intention. We honor another person's um, reaction to our intention. We honor another person's choice in how they navigate our intention. So they're saying that, remember, and often that's why it's important to be courteous, because sometimes when we're courteous, we hear a no, but what we're really hearing is a not now, right? Like that's why it's important not to be reactive, because it's not the space of identifying and recognizing that, especially if someone's carrying a trust wound. Like if someone's carrying a trust wound, and we ask again and again and again, we worsen the trust wound, because someone's saying, I'm answering from a place of trust, and you're pushing and you're not being energetically respectful as to what it is that I've asked, right? So they're saying, whatever it is, like as it relates to love right now, make sure that you are being courteous and intentional. You state your intentions, you state them once, and you honor another person's choice in terms of how to navigate it. Understanding that sometimes, in the context of giving someone, of respecting another person's wishes, they come to better understand who we are. So, like, let that force of empathy and intention guide you forward. And again, they're saying you can be courageous in that space while also being polite, right? You can go out on a limb and then be respective of not necessarily having an energetic reaction to something, right? It's like it's giving me that space of saying, like, you know, put that, you can put that like if it, like and if you are, like, that's why they're saying, if you've already put that out, then rest assured that it's been received. And if you haven't, you can do so, so long as you're confident and saying, like, like there's no pressure upon something, if that makes sense. Thank you so much, Unwell, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I am still looking for Nikki, and if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. Also, I am opening it up to 1 card readings for subscribers. If you would like to get on the list, you can. I mean, if you'd like to have your reading, all you have to do is put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can just hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen, and you can also get on the list for a reading. We are also at 54.4K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. And just bear with me a moment as I read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Elizabeth, thank you for the follow. All you do to send the donation, dear, is head over to my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio and send the donation through there. Thank you for the help, Creative. And thank you, Erica, for sharing the live. There's a person with an unresolved connection. I stay not reaching out in fear of hurting my partner. Well, I mean, what? I feel like I'll hurt someone regardless of the action I take. Well, I need to stress this. I mean, thank you, Emma, for getting on the list. I mean, I think that in the context of fearing, I mean, in the context of being an energetic connection, everything should be above the table, is what I'm seeing here. So I mean, I think that would articulate the delicacy of some kind of circumstance or situation here. If you're saying that you're partnered, but you're thinking about connecting to someone outside of partnership. Yes, this advice was helpful to me as well. Much love on your journey. Thank you as well, Bean. You're welcome, Unwell. Yeah, I mean, make sure that you're in a context where you're building upon intentionality. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Okay. All right, a card for Susie, please. 1 card for Susie. 1 card for Susie. Highest priority messages from Spirit. I mean, this feels like a really nice this feels like a productive conversation with someone. I don't know if this is some kind of new energy around you, but it feels like someone who shares your interests, or is in alignment to you in some way. This could be a new partnership, or yeah, this feels like it's partnership, like opportunity related. You know, make sure that you're like, this is saying to me, like, make sure that you're like, make sure, like I keep on saying, make sure that you're ready for like a chance encounter. You know what I mean? Like have cards on you is almost what I'm hearing. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me like meet cute kind of energy. Creative, one card on love, please. Highest party messages from spirit. Um, you know what? It's very like I got to point this out. Everything like healthy energy is going to share their manifestation goals with you, right? It's not going to be complicated. It's going to be easy. Um, and I keep on hearing energy that wants the same things as you is not going to be intimidated by you articulating on it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I mean, again, remember, rejection is an illusion. You know, rejection is protection. If articulating your manifestation goals moves someone away from you, that person's not in alignment to you. That's a good thing. Alexandra, a card, please. On an apprenticeship opportunity. Amazing. Can I get one card, please? Highest party messages from spirit, please. This is feeling like working through spaces or places of being energetically productive. You know, this is feeling like, I mean, I see this working in a like I keep on hearing there's more opportunities opening in this than you would think. You know what I mean? Like it feels like there's a lot of different directions that something can go into. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like it's like there's adaptability. Like it feels like Swiss Army knife energy. I keep on hearing better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. You know what I mean? One card, spirit led for Bridget, please. Highest party messages from spirit. Don't get triggered. Don't get triggered. Don't get triggered. Don't get triggered. No, thank you is a powerful prayer. like, don't. I know it's like I know someone's got you triggered right now. Yeah, like thanks. Like that's it. Like thanks. Like that's it. Like thanks for the, like thanks for the apology. Done. Sign it. Seal it. Thanks for the like. Just you don't like. It feels like someone trying to get you wound up. It feels like someone who's decided an argument, at least an argument will prove to them you still have feelings for them. So just like, you know, Susie, one card on if I should do a cord cutting. Highest party messages from spirit. Um, you know, the thing about it is, you know, one of the things that's important about like cord cuttings is, you know, you have like understanding like if it feels supportive to the work that you're already doing, um like go like if it feels supportive to you, but the thing that you want to avoid is understanding that um like often cord cuttings, like when we tangibly do them, they don't necessarily cut the cord, they show us the nature of something. Like they almost like they build that point of information, and sometimes overly concentrating on them can feel counterintuitive to the process of healing from them, right? Because it's like you're putting a lot of invested effort in looking towards a connection, um, instead of moving away from it. So yeah, like it's if it feels like, if it feels like something that feels like it helps you like finish a process, if it feels like something that allows you that sense or space of being able to walk away from something and feel restored, then by all means, like if it feels like it's reinforcing. But if you, I always like to point out, if you feel like it helps, then it helps. If you feel like you need it, then it's probably not going to be helpful, right? Because it should reinforce the work that you do, not feel like it's going to change something, if that makes sense, right? It's like letting it feel supportive instead of creating a lack space. Being spirit led on what I should focus on today. What a beautiful question. Highest priority messages from spirit. Um, Healing from the past, you know, it's giving me like the best time to plant a tree was 6 months ago. The best time is now. This is incubation energy. So plant those seeds. Yeah, more of that. Plant that seed. Like again, don't worry about something you should have done sooner. Just do it now. Focus on the present. Don't over focus on the past. Hold on a minute. You're welcome, Unwell. I've got you, Ella. General romance, please. Is there someone in my future? Yeah, I mean, it says to me you're in a process of walking away from things. Like, continue to build in that pathwork of consistency right now. Yeah, I feel like you've closed an energetic cycle. You know, um, just be very. I hate to say this, but like, be very wary if someone comes back right now. Like, no settling right now, right? Like, make sure that like I feel like you're in the process of moving towards your manifestation goals, but like, you know, like energy, like make sure that you don't move into something that feels like it's not sharing those manifestation goals. Thank you. All right. Amber, can I please have a card for the weekend? Absolutely. Um, yeah, this feels like nostalgic. This feels like doing something that you haven't done in a while, you know? Like this almost feels like reunion energy, you know? Yeah, like this is like catching up with someone, like talking to someone you haven't spoken to in a long time, you know? This is beautiful. Card on baby. These are subscriber readings. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. One card for summer plans for Addie. I love it. Already thinking ahead. I mean, it says to me like, don't wait for another person to make those plans. Like honestly, like if this is like it feels like I have to say to someone, if you've given someone the opportunity to like to come into something with you, be like, look, this is how much time I can give you. I'm not gonna, I don't want to wait much more, you know? Yeah, I would love, like, I see you almost saying to someone, like, it almost feels like you building your summer plans is trying to help someone get their act together, which is like, look, I can do all the work. I just need you to like, here, I've done all the work for you. I just need you to say yes to this. Like just here, like, this is what we're gonna do. This is my plan. Like, come look, like, let that plan be like, look, I'm gonna do this. I would love you to join me, but I'm okay. But if not, no big deal. Chrissy, card regarding the connection, please. Highest priority messages from spirit. I see someone that like misses you. Like I see someone that again, and I feel like every time I read for this energetic connection, it's like it make sense. They miss you, but they're also sluggish in doing the work. You know, like the difference between a wish and a manifestation is wishing something were different versus actively doing the work to do something differently. Right? I see someone struggling with the fact that they recognize they'd have to change in order to build into a connection. I think we've established that that I got triggered, but I didn't do anything. They're saying continue to do that. Exactly. I chose the highest road. Continue to do so. Yes, I'm starting to pay. Starting pay is so hesitant, but it might be a chance to expand in ways I don't see yet. Thank you for confirmation on the reading. You're so welcome, Susie. Vicky, you're back, dear. Wonderful. Yes, I can still do your reading, dear. One card for Kath, please. Um, I feel like I keep on hearing you say, I don't know how to explain to you that you should care. Don't get triggered by another person's uncaring. Just observe it. Sometimes observing how little another person has empathy for another is its own kind of gift, right? Bottom of the deck. I mean, it can upset you, but sometimes it creates closure. you know, like sometimes like that, sometimes that clarity is its own form of closure. Thank you, baby, for being for subscribing. Also, this week has been a year full of triggers, but I've held myself in peace. Continue to do that work. It's never missed, Bridget. Congratulations. You're so welcome, Bean. Rainbow. And Nikki, just let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. Heather, card if I'm accurately interpreting disrespect. Knowing the reading between the lines, not great. If this feels like someone being energetically careless, you know, I'm not seeing something here that was intentional. Like sometimes, like I said, giving someone the benefit of the doubt right now goes a long way. Letting something be an educational moment, and if something's twice, like it's intentional, is what I keep on hearing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, make sure you're giving them the note before you assume something, take something personally, right? Giving the benefit of the doubt right now is key. Amber, no, that was Beans. One card on Sean for Ruby, please. A lot of feelings, I see. They're also going through something right now. I feel like someone does not want to, like someone's got a lot of anxiety about rushing forward too quickly. Like this is giving me trepidation, not hesitation. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like it feels like someone holding back, but they're holding back because they don't want to energetically overwhelm you. You know what I mean? Like it feels like someone like working on trying to stay like create healthy. Like it's like it says to me like, you know, recognizing and identifying. um I keep on hearing too, no problem at all. Like someone who's just trying to be very adaptable because they realize that you've got a lot going on in your life, and they don't want to feel like they're adding to an energetic burden, is what I keep on seeing. Trying to be clear on standards and boundaries. Continue to do so, Heather. You're welcome, Amber. Just buy the sunscreen. I love it. Oh, I love it. I love it. You're welcome, Addie. Thank you. I'm debating two topics. Take your time, Nikki. Three, actually. Now you're just over confusing things. Jenny, one card. Is Spirit trying to tell me to walk away from Ruben? What's Spirit trying to say about that connection, please? Make sure you guys have the same manifestation goals. And again, words mean nothing without action. If this energy is saying one thing and they're doing something completely the opposite, they're saying, like if like the overcomplication is the affirmation, is what I keep hearing. Right? If something is getting overly complicated, like that's your affirmation. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, if you're doing everything you can to make something simple and it just feels like it's getting more and more complicated, that's usually a sign that someone's like words don't match their actions, right? Like it's the energy that's always looking for an excuse instead of finding a reason. You're so welcome, Kath. And thank you for subscribing, baby. Carmen, one card, please, General. I mean, I think there's something to be said about being productive. Like there's something to be said about um, recognizing, identifying where that work is. I keep on seeing like, don't like be pragmatic right now, you know? Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I think that there's something to be said. Um, like I don't know why I keep on hearing the word like icebreaker, like doing something that feels like it reaffirms something that you're trying to build towards, like helping another person understand your idea is what I'm getting, you know? Like there's something really important about that there. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sin. Being grateful, so grateful for this amazing community. I'm so grateful for you guys being a part of it. So thank you. And Lucy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Right, you decide. Well, Nikki, if you prefer, I'm happy to hold the reading if you want to wait and think about it. No pressure. Thank you. Heard mine about nostalgic reunion. Oh, thank you. Hold on a minute. All right, let's go past life. Ah, I love it. If you remember the last one about feeling confined and celebrated, yes. Okay. All right, can I please have 4 cards, please? 4 cards, please, for Nikki. Looks like we're just going to get more indications about the connection from the past life into this one, Nikki, just to be correct. I know Purr is going to be jealous tomorrow. Heather, I'm trying to understand, like everything that I was seeing in that reading was saying if there's, and I think that this is what they were articulating. If there's a circumstance or situation where you feel that someone was being disrespectful, being able to articulate about how something made you feel, but more importantly, what they can effectively do that would be easier going forward. They're saying make sure that you articulate that before you assume that it was intentional. So I hope that helps and I hope that clarifies. Yes, absolutely. Yep. And thank you, Patty, for sharing the live. I need to step away for a moment. I'll be back for the reading. Wait, did you get on the list doing? I'm sorry, can you clarify? Because I didn't see you on the list. You're welcome, Carmen. I don't know if a different past life might come up more than one. Got you. Thank you, Hardy. All right. Have a good night, Hardy. Okay. All right, can I please get more informationality and relationality to past life work with this one, please, for Nikki? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Yeah, you know what's interesting about it is they're talking to me right now about the one of the biggest hurdles that was occurring in that past life. It's it had to do, like I keep on hearing, it was an energetic connection, like it was an energetic life where you didn't have the opportunity to, I keep on hearing you didn't have any random encounters. Like I'm literally seeing a situation that like there were no random encounters. You never you didn't have opportunities to wander around. You like, it feels like something where it's like, again, like incredibly taken care of, but like I keep on hearing them say every need addressed. And did you notice? I just want to point out. Yeah, yeah, you already noticed, right? You hear it? every every need addressed, but it's still going. Okay, it's just gonna be the moment. That's the thing about it. They didn't have voice in their lives. They didn't have they didn't have the autonomy to be able to make choices. It was like I keep on saying, like I keep on hearing them say, I was relieved of the burden of choice. Like that's how they're saying that they were told they were relieved of the burden of having to make choices because everything was like planned to within an inch, like everything was so planned, you know? Um and that's like and that's what I keep on seeing, that there's something very important about the fact, and remember we talked about this. Um, Sometimes we go through path work and we're entirely different individual, like entirely different personalities, like we're entirely different embodiments. And sometimes, like, and that's what's so interesting when I keep reading for this energy is I keep on hearing there's a stunning similarity here because someone was like I literally see a situation where you're like I didn't get to like, you know, like you literally, like you came back to be able to, be within that embodiment, but having the gift of choice, like it's giving me, it's giving me like Little Mermaid energy, right? Because I hear the energy, going, I want to be where the people are. You know what I mean? Like I want to be where the people. I want to get to do things like something. I want to get to do things normal people do. I want to get to worry. Like it's actually funny because it's like I want to know. I want to make like this is the energy going. I want to be able to make life or non-life decisions. You know what I mean? Like they're like that's the whole calibration point to it. I'd be curious about where your Scorpio placements are because it's not even like this would say to me that like you might have a tendency to get like excited when there's like big risk energy because you're like, oh my gosh, anything could happen. This could go terribly wrong, and you're like, yay, because like there's a part of you that goes yay because like this was the type of life that like you didn't get you didn't get to like it feels like everything around you was like built around you to protect you. Like I literally see like no sharp surfaces kind of energy. Like the type of energy where if like someone like accidentally bumped into you, they'd be like that would be like they would be in like that'd be like big trouble kind of thing. And so I see that there's a lot of that space. Like, yeah, it does. It feels like baby proofing energy because, again, I told you, it's like you are some kind of presence where it's like there was a lot at stake. It's giving me a lot of that. Um, so, and I think it's interesting because I would also be curious about your Libra placements because I feel like there's something about navigating that's helping you come to appreciate. And I like to point this out. It's not always about going back forward. Sometimes it's about going backwards as well. Because I feel like there's almost a little bit of context that's occurring in this existence that is building a bit more of appreciation for the past one, right? Like it's almost like they're almost saying like there's something healing in that context because like it's giving me the space or the understanding of looking at something and being like, this isn't like this is all like this is also like, you know, like it doesn't have to be this way is what I keep on hearing. Like almost you seeing something in a context and identifying that like the point, like I almost see you like moving into Libra, which says it's not that one is good or one is bad, but saying like they need to be more integrated. It shouldn't be so like it's almost like the point that's happening right now across the lessons is understanding the fact that there's such an extreme polarity like is a bit of the issue. Like it doesn't like it's like they don't like it's all I feel like again, it's the integration in understanding the force of unifying those lessons. Um, oh, and I just want to point out and here's again, like there's the unification point. It's like having that method of comparison between like I keep on hearing like the I keep on hearing the exhaustive indulgence, right? Something that is like something that was like so indulgent that it was exhaustive, right? It didn't give you any point of comparison versus something that feels like it's an energetic struggle. And that's what I keep on seeing is like I feel like they're like I keep on hearing like a lot of the space that you're here is like working in the context of saying there has to be a better way because it's like finding the place between those two that feels where like that almost like you heal. And this might be a lot of the work that you do even here in helping others understand. I keep on hearing helping others understand the myopia of an exceptional existence, And why am I hearing the fact that your higher self is something about the work you do could potentially be in helping others understand the myopia of an exceptional experience, exceptional existence, because it's saying to me that you, and this is what you understand intuitively from these lives, when you are when you are in a space that you are having an exceptional experience, um, you forget that others are not, right? It's like you can't see it because you've never experienced it, right? And so and that's why I keep on seeing that some in some way your ability to heal the rift in terms of helping another person get a sense of what another person is going through in order for them to have a bit more compassion around something, like they're saying, like that is a bit of your energetic gift, um, because you have an acute ability, you literally have a past life experience where you, like that you brought forth, that allowed you that point of understanding, like the desire to want to experience something but not having any context to truly understand what it's actually like, you know. um like I keep on seeing, like I keep on hearing that there's something about that you say, like it's not romantic, it's tragic, right? It doesn't have to be that way. I want to thank you so much, Nikki, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these. Oh, Emma's next on the list too. It's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. And I just want to give confirmation as Nikki was giving the reading. So the Leo energy is probably that this is feeling very royal. Like this is feeling like royal energy from the past life. And I think you said you've got a Scorpio moon, so this would be the energy in the present that you brought up about, like that extreme or that desire to go into extremes, and appreciating the decision to be able to make, appreciating the ability to make extreme decisions. And then this would be the Libra energy, and apparently you also have a Libra rising. So thank you for confirming. Thank you for confirming the reading by stating your signs as well. All right. Thank you so much. Next person on the list right now is Emma. Emma, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would care to get on the list today, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. For anyone joining us today, we just did a past life reading. We also offer dream interpretations here, angelic readings, highest priority messages from spirit, mediumship, pet, and life path, and love. All right, just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You're so welcome, Carmen. Yep, that was the death card. To be able to express freely. Yep, and you heard my throat chakra closing up. I thought this was going to be the Little Mermaid. I want to be where the people are. Yes, it was. There you go. Like that. That's what I'm getting here. Yeah, that's like why to come back in this life. So similar to the past one. Scorpio moon. Yeah, like restart. I'll definitely have to do my other past life read to get more insight on it another day. Anytime you'd like, Bridget. Love to do it. Yes, baby proofing. It does. It really does. Like literally, this feels like no sharp objects kind of energy. Like, yes, I've been considering moving into a more spiritual space and helping others. Thank you as well for confirmation. Hi there. Hi there. Thank you for coming back. Thank you as well. Okay. And doing, just to confirm, you're Emma, I'm assuming. And thank you again, Nikki, for having that reading with me. All right. Can I please get 3 cards, please, for Emma? Highest priority messages from spirit. Highest priority messages from spirit. Emma, did you see something weird recently? What's coming up with that? Are you trying to like make a sign make sense? Um, you know, I feel like there's some kind of situation or circumstance here, and I gotta stress this. Um, I gotta like, and I've got like a guide around you that's trying to like give you signs that they support some kind of decision you're making. Your boundaries, like your boundaries are your boundaries. You know what I mean? Um, and the thing about it is, you know, I'm gonna tell you right now, I feel like I see someone around you that's taking it like if like and I get very frustrated when I see energy like this, which is, you know, I would be very curious if you had like a Saturn return recently because I see you like just operating on all engines right now. I see you just like doing everything you can on something, like not a minute of your time like being energetically wasted. You know, I see something here where I see you like navigating a circumstance or situation, and you've got a lot of purpose and you've got a lot of work to do. And I can't say there's nothing more frustrating than when we feel like when we're building into the context of feeling called to do something and another is taking it energetically personally, you know? Like, and I gotta kind of say this. Like, I feel like there's something about something you're doing right now is you gotta heal from the fear of disappointing others right now. Um, you know, I just keep on seeing this. Like there's, often and I need to point this out, like a rising tide raises all ships, right? And that's why when another person is going through something that is amazing, like we don't take it personally in that moment. Um, we celebrate it. You know what I mean? Like we don't we don't make sour grapes, we make wine is what I keep on hearing. Like when one of like when we like when when we care about someone, like when we care about someone and something amazing is happening, I keep on hearing like we make wine, we don't make sour grapes. And I see something here where it's like, um, you know, I almost see someone like that's and there's nothing more painful in those moments that we go through a victory, like we do something and we feel like we've had an accomplishment point, and and like someone else comes towards us, you know, like taking it energetically personally. Because here's the thing, like, you know, like that, like, and I keep on hearing this, like your guides are saying things like comparison is the thief of joy, right? That, when we're working with determination, we don't compare ourselves to others. We focus on what we're doing. But, you know, sometimes like when we're not in a space of being energetically healed, like it can create a lot of that confusion point as it relates to not understanding like why another is pulling away from us. And so they're saying like, like, I want you to kind of think about the fact that this time in your life is helping you to develop thicker skin, right? And the reason I keep on seeing that it's saying that it's going to require you to kind of develop thicker skin because, um, you know, I keep on seeing like it's working through some kind of energy wherein like someone's around you who may feel like, and I keep on seeing somewhere it's like someone feeling energetically left out, but then I keep asking, I'm like, but are they being left out? They know they feel that way, right? And that's why they're saying it's like when we don't focus on ourselves, when we look into the context of looking at another, then we feel left out because we're not actively working towards the things that we're trying to work towards. And they're saying, remember that the energy that's in alignment to you is never going to feel left out because they're going to be celebrating at moments that you have breakthroughs. They're not going to be they're not going to be comparing themselves. They're not going to be comparing themselves to it, you know? And I just want to kind of bring that forth because it does feel to me like there is some kind of energetic conflict of like I keep on hearing having to navigate weird energy. You know what I mean? But like it's not about if someone's being weird, and I keep on hearing this, if someone's being weird, it's not your responsibility to go on a detective hunt to find out why they're being weird. And if someone is feeling hurt about something that you can't help, then that's something that they need to navigate. That's not something that you need to feel like you have to like calibrate for. I keep on hearing the hurt that we can't articulate without feeling silly is literally the hurt of the ego, right? Because it's often that expression point of like working through and sometimes that can be articulated as someone like, what happens when there's something that we feel embarrassed to communicate upon, we start acting passive aggressively, right? So that's why they're saying if someone starts acting passive aggressively around you, it's not your responsibility to have to go on a mission to find out why, right? You can ask, I came on here, you can ask them once, and then it's their responsibility to tell you, but don't over focus upon it because a lot of this energy here, like remembering that space of being able to talk about our feelings is again the feelings that we can talk about are the feelings that we are proud about, right? And if someone's moving passive aggressively towards you, what they're really saying is I've got feelings but I'm not proud to express them, so I'm just reacting to them. Bottom of the deck on this reading, I keep on hearing this, the same message. um Again, the emotions that we're proud about we can talk about, right? And if you feel like someone's holding something, you can say like I'd love to talk to you, I feel like something's up. But if they're not in that space of being able to communicate upon it, you don't need to overcorrect for it, right? It's like if you're doing that work, you also deserve that work. So just be mindful of that as it relates to conversations and make sure you're not taking things personally. And again, make sure that you're not make sure that you're not being reactive. Make sure that you're just, like again, I keep on hearing extend the olive branch, but don't feel like you need to cut down the tree. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Emma. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, final call. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got 3 spots left for today, 3 spots left. Also, final call right now for any of my subscribers who would like a card pulled today. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. You're welcome, Nikki. When is a good time to find out, a good way to find out when your Saturn return is? You can usually find, you can go, there's a lot of calculators online. I can't think of one off the top of my head. But if you put it in like a search place, you should be able to find it. Did I log off for a bit? Nope. I'm still here, Frida. Good to see you. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. That was so important for me to hear in the process of finding my wine people. Like let this like it's hard, but continue to do that work right now. Okay. Because I keep on hearing you've got a guide trying to send signs that you're doing just fine on that journey. You're welcome, Ella. All right, my friends. Oh, no, hi there, Ella. Ella, more specifically, dang girl, yes, there is one who like to occasionally pop up around. You're welcome, Ella. Thank you. Let that. I mean, again, Saturn is moving right now, so just be ready for stuff. Erica, I got you, dear. One card on my relationship, spirit led, please. Highest priority. I mean, this is feeling positive. This is feeling energetically productive. I see someone who's doing a lot of work and trying to honor and communicate their feelings. So remember, again, um, your feelings are not a burden so long as you're bringing your own prescriptions with them. You know? Yeah. Um, I keep on seeing like honoring and I like this point I keep on seeing it's okay to articulate if something bothered you, but don't read into something. Like again, this is what's happening with this Venus and Mercury retrograde stuff. Don't take things personally right now. Don't assume someone meant something. Ask them if they did. You know what I mean? Like I keep on getting there's a lot of this work that's happening right now. I'm telling you, it's a Mercury Venus retrograde. Like, what did you mean by that? Just assume they meant the best unless they tell you otherwise. You know what I mean? I got you, baby. One card on spiritual growth, and thank you for becoming a subscriber. Again, remember, spirit's first directive is to support ourselves. Like, and I'm telling you, it's coming out of some of this like eclipse energy right now. It's rough. Like, if we're able to just maintain a point of consistency, it's very important. I want you to focus on everything above that right now is extra credit, right? Remember, and it's not, and I keep on hearing, it's not selfish to extend the amount of compassion that you're giving to yourself as you would to others around you. Because that ability of being able to find that compassion for yourself is what allows you to be able to extend that to others as well. So, healthy boundaries right now and focusing on what makes you feel safe, seen, and supported. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like you're going through a transformation process. But again, when we're going, like, that's the thing, like, there's a lot of rockiness right now. This energy isn't great, but like our ability to be consistent through rockiness pays off. Lead with compassion right now, even if it's not what you're getting. Don't, don't make examples. Be the energetic force of change. Be the lesson. Don't teach them, be them, embody it. Thank you so much, baby. Erica, thank you so much. I have a tendency of thinking the worst something I've been working on. And here's the thing right now, this Venus retrograde in combination with Mercury, it allows for a lot of space of mishearing or misreading or reading things into things that others didn't mean. So that's why we have to lead with compassion right now. Rocco, these are one card readings for subscribers or donation based readings. So if you would like to send the donation or become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull cards for you. Be the change needed, that message. You're so welcome, Addie. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much. We've reached the conclusion of our reads today. If you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. We are going to be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when we've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There is a bell there. You can activate the bell to turn on notifications. And sometimes I know this app does not push those notifications, so you can register directly for the event tomorrow in the events section. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. Thank you for becoming a part of the collective. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel that is available to you as a subscriber and introduce yourself to the collective. You will also find in the Discord a perks channel that will give you an additional discount to our Tarot Church class program over on Substack. If you would like to join us there, our next class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be focusing our studies on the Hangman card. Looking forward to seeing you there. I do realize, I know that there may be some things happening right now. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the app tomorrow. I would encourage you all, if you're joining us here, to please head over to my profile, head over to my link tree. Make sure you're following me across the other platforms, but please only follow me through my link tree, because I am aware that there are a lot of accounts that pretend to be me, and the best way to ensure that you're actually following me across the other accounts is by going through my link tree and following me through there. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Thank you as well for all of your support, and huge thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.